Good evening and welcome back to another Wednesday with Saute. We are thrilled that you could be here to join us. We're getting kicked off with some absolute hobby baseball. But after that, after we run through these first 6 eBay breaks, we got 2 baseball, 2 football, and then 2 Revolution basketball. We will be diving in to our 2021 Donruss football release party. And my, oh my, are we running a discount there? 25% off all 2021 Donruss football hobby breaks this evening using the code that I just dropped in the chat. Thank you, Brett. Thank you, Brett. Figured I had to rock the hat strong for this release week, or this kickoff of football. Can't wait for tomorrow night. Very, very excited for that. In addition, folks, we do still have some teams available tonight, and you can take 30% off those with the promo code in the chat, right there. So that being said, we'll get started with our first team that we have to auction off. We are, 1 second, folks, just missing my Sharpie. There it is. Alrighty. It's going to be the Rockies. We're going to start the bidding at $5 in increments of $1. $5 in increments of $1. Oh, Chris has said he just paid for the Rockies. 1 second, Chris. We'll double check that. 1 moment, please. Dan, can you hear me? Dan is double checking that for us right now. 1 second, Chris. Perfect. Yes. Yep. I see that you have grabbed those. There we go. It looks like you've grabbed those for both. That was from the unsolds, Dan, that were on Shopify. 1 moment, Chris. We will get that taken care of. Chris, sorry about that. I forgot that was an unsold team. That's on us. We are getting that updated right now. We will drop your info right there in the chat, and I'll get, or in the username, and I will get these teams loaded, and they will update it on the back end for us. Alrighty. Yeah, no, that's perfect. That's on us. And I will, John, if you want to re-update with his correct username, that would be great. Alrighty. All that means now is that we're going to dive right into this break. And here we go. This is break 1291, the 2021 Absolute Baseball 1 box. Pick your team. And of course, I misplaced my box opener again. It's either going to be over there, or it might be in the other room, because that's where I was opening a bunch of the products that came in today. Hope y'all love the Bills hat and the Bills shirt today. Just repping for the Buffalo Bills. right here. Figured it is. Thank you very much, John. It is the Bills' march to the Super Bowl begins on Sunday at Ralph Wilson Stadium against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Alrighty, we are going to run through these cards. We have Aaron Nola of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Michael, followed by Ken Boyer of the St. Louis Cardinals headed to Michael as well. Then we have the Kyle Tucker of the Houston Astros going to Jeff. Jeff, welcome to BreakTraders. And if you're new at BreakTraders like Jeff, you can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase. Then we have Kyle Tucker, or just went with Kyle Tucker. Then we have Jack Flaherty of the St. Louis Cardinals, and that is going to Michael, followed by Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees going to Benjamin. Who lives, who dies, who tells Trevor's story of the Colorado Rockies, and that is going to Chris, followed up by a Jacob deGrom out of 199 of the New York Mets. And that is going to be going to Mr. CEO, followed up by a statistically speaking Ken Boyer. Ken Boyer of the St. Louis Cardinals, and that is going to be going to Michael. And now we're on to our memorabilia. Let's see what we've got here first. It is going to be a Tools of the Trade, a little six-patcher right there for you. Little six-patcher Tools of the Trade. That is Michael Lorenzen of the Cincinnati Reds, and that is going to Cynthia. Cynthia, great to see you in some breaks tonight. Alrighty, in our next memorabilia, this is going to be number 2 out of 50. 2 out of 50. And it is going to be Christian Javier with the rookie auto of the Houston Astros going to Jeff. What a start to his BreakTraders, to joining the BreakTraders community right there. Getting that 2 out of 50 Christian Javier auto of the Houston Astros. Alrighty. We are on to our second box. We have Luis Robert of the White Sox, and that is going to Chris, followed by Hyunjin Ryu of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Jeff. Joey Gallo of the Texas Rangers headed to Michael. Rafael Devers of the Boston Red Sox going to Jeff. Ed Roche of the Cincinnati Reds headed to Cynthia. And then we're going to have a Luis Robert of the White Sox, and that's going to be out of 149. Out of 149 headed to Chris, followed by a Power Jose Abreu of the Chicago White Sox, and that is also going to Chris. And then a Reggie Jackson Power out of 149 of the New York Yankees going to Benjamin. Our first memorabilia is going to be a Tools of the Trade, and that is out of 99. Adam Wainwright of the St. Louis Cardinals, and that is headed to Michael. Congratulations, Michael. 89 out of 99 right there. And last but not least, you know it's going to be a rookie, and that is 21 out of 30. And that is Monte Harrison of the Miami Marlins. And that is headed to Michael. Monte Harrison of the Miami Marlins headed to Michael. Good evening, Haley. Good evening, Cynthia. Alrighty, let's dive in. First, our parallels. We have the Jacob deGrom out of 199 of the New York Mets headed to Mr. CEO, and the Luis Robert out of 149 of the White Sox headed to Chris. Next up, some of our inserts. We have the Power Jose Abreu. The Power Jose Abreu right there. Followed by the Statistically Speaking Ken Boyer. And then the out of 149 Power of Reggie Jackson of the New York Yankees. Reggie Jackson of the Yanks headed to Benjamin. Jose Abreu of the White Sox to Chris. And Ken Boyer of the Cardinals going to Michael. And here we go. Let's go look at what our featured hits are. First, we have the 6 tools. The little 6 tools, Michael Lorenzen of the Cincinnati Reds headed to Cynthia. And then the 89 out of 90 tools of the trade, Adam Rainwright of the St. Louis Cardinals headed to Michael. And then we're going to have the out of 50, 2 out of 50, Christian Javier rookie auto right there, followed by the out of 30, Monte Harrison rookie auto of the Miami Marlins. That one's going to head to Michael. Christian Javier of the Astros going to Jeff. And right there, we are now done with break 1291. Done with break 1291. We will be right back, still from BT Park, with some Prism baseball. Alrighty, we are back with this Prism baseball, and we've got a minute to kill here. So you know what? Let's do our first giveaway. Our first giveaway tonight. Alrighty, and we are on our last keyword of one of the shows. Thanks, Jax on the hat from last week. So for those of you who are new to BreakTraders, what you do is we will put a keyword up on the screen. Once it goes in the chat, you'll have 1 minute to guess the keyword. 1 minute to guess the show based on the keyword, and also type the keyword in the chat because we will randomize that as well. Alrighty, the keyword is scandal. Young and the Restless is incorrect. Come on. Ozark incorrect.
This one might just be too hard.
Manifest incorrect. Well, I'll create a new keyword. We can do that, right?
Sure.
Alrighty. Or do I get to pull from the stock pot if we stump them? Alrighty. No correct guesses. It doesn't appear.
That's the end.
Double M, good to see you. Shannon, great to see you. Jim, great to see you. Looks like we have a great crew tonight. Great crew tonight.
What do you want to do with that one?
So we're going to do another keyword right after this. We'll add a new keyword there. In the meantime, this is break 1292, the 2021 Prism Baseball one box. Pick your team. 2, 4. This hat was bought for my bachelor party down in Tampa Bay. Gotta have the floral bucket hat. It's gonna be sunny when we're out there kicking Tom Brady's butt. Jose Berrios of the Twins, followed up by Ivan Rodriguez of the Rangers, Alex Bregman of the Astros, a Wyatt Matheson RC of the Arizona Diamondbacks going to Matt. Following that up with Kevin Biggio of the Toronto Blue Jays headed to, oops, sorry, I was on the wrong one right there. Wyatt Matheson of the Arizona Diamondbacks going to Mr. CEO. Kevin Biggio of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Benjamin. Followed up by a Cabrian Hayes RC of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to Brian. Then we have Daniel Johnson of the Cleveland Guardians, and that's going to be headed to Brian as well. JT Realmuto of the Phillies. A Ramon Laureano of the Oakland Athletics right there. Followed up by a Giancarlo Stanton, and that's going to be out of 100. They consider that neon orange, even though I think that is a gold, bronzish gold color right there. That's going to be going to Eric. Followed up by a red Alex Bregman of the Houston Astros, and that is going to Nicholas. Followed up by a Nolan Jones Emergent of the Cleveland Guardians, and that is going to be heading to Brian. Happy to do that, Double M. We will we'll figure out something for sure. That would be a lot of fun for sure. On to our next pack right here. We have Ketel Marte of the Diamondbacks, followed by a Yerman Mercedes of the Chicago White Sox, headed to Benjamin RC. Then we have Adonis Medina of the Philadelphia Phillies, and that is going to Ben as well. Followed by Keegan Aitken of the Baltimore Orioles RC, and that is going to Ben as well. Then we have Tim Anderson of the White Sox, followed by a Letty Travares RC of the Texas Rangers going to Kevin, and then a Rafael Marchand RC of the Philadelphia Phillies, and that is headed to Benjamin as well. Followed by Whit Merrifield of the Kansas City Royals, Jorge Oña of the San Diego Padres, and then we're going to have a Mike Trout stained glass of the Los Angeles Angels going to Lucas. Lucas, welcome to BreakTraders. Always great to see a new addition. And then we have Jazz Chisholm, and that's going to be a blue RC of the Miami Marlins, which means we'll definitely feature that at the end. Followed by and that is headed to Ben, followed by a Sluggers, Manny Machado of the Padres going to Matt. Double M is grilling me about this hat. Anthony Rizzo of the Cubs, an Estevan Florial RC of the New York Yankees headed to Eric. Eric, welcome to BreakTraders. And Isaac Paredes RC of the Detroit Tigers also going to Eric. And if you are new, like Eric, Rich, Lucas, Nicholas, or Francisco in this break, feel free to use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first order at BreakTraders.com. We have Randy Arozarena of the Tampa Bay Rays, Rhys Hoskins of the Phillies, Willie Stargell of the Pittsburgh Pirates, followed by Babe Ruth of the Yankees, Clayton Kershaw of the Dodgers going to Francisco. Then we have an Illumination Vlad Guerrero Jr. right there, followed up by a Red Mojo, Andrew Vaughn, and let's see, that's going to be out of 149, and it is 123, followed by just a base red Jeff McNeil of the New York Mets right there, and then we have a Fireworks Kyle Lewis of the Seattle Mariners. One second, folks, sorry. On to our third pack right here. No, we have fourth pack. Sorry, folks. Craig Biggio of the Houston Astros, a Jonathan Stever RC of the Chicago White Sox headed to Ben. Then we have Jonathan India of the Cincinnati Reds, and that is going to Cynthia. Followed by Jesus Luzardo of the Oakland Athletics, Manny Machado of the Padres, a Jorge Mateo RC of the San Diego Padres as well going to Matt. Followed by Willie McAvoy of the San Francisco Giants, Yordan Alvarez of the Houston Astros, a Fearless Dylan Carlson RC, Fearless Dylan Carlson of the St. Louis Cardinals, and that is going to be going to Brian. And then we're going to follow that up with a silver Jack Morris of the Minnesota Twins, and then a rookie class Nate Pearson of the Toronto Blue Jays headed to Ben. Good day, mate. There's a Crocodile Dundee vibe for you. And with that, we are going to have a rookie autograph, and that's Tariq Skubal of the Detroit Tigers. Tariq Skubal of the Detroit Tigers going to Eric. And we've got a night ahead of us. We've already got breaks scheduled till almost midnight, I think. Great night ahead of us here. Very excited about that. Jared Olivia of the Pittsburgh Pirates headed to Brian, followed by Ryan Castellani of the Colorado Rockies going to Gavin. Then we have a Jack Morris of the Minnesota Twins headed to Gavin as well. Ronald Acuna of the Atlanta Braves headed to Ben. Zach Gallen of the Diamondbacks going to Mr. CEO. Giancarlo Stanton of the Yankees headed to Eric, followed by an Edward Olivares, RC of the Kansas City Royals, and that is going to Cynthia, followed by an Alex Kirilloff, RC of the Twins, going to Gavin. Then we have Kwang Hin Kim of St. Louis Cardinals, a Fearless Whit Merrifield of the Kansas City Royals, headed to Cynthia, followed up by a blue Luis Campusano, RC of the San Diego Padres, going to Matt. And then we have a rookie class, Casey Mize of the Detroit Tigers, going to Eric. Double M going to be living his craziest life coming to a Bills game. Would love to pick a Bills game to if people would actually want to come up, and we could do a Break Traders. Like we could stay in Rochester. Y'all could come watch a live show, and then we could do a take a bus to the Bills game on Sunday. Who Lives, Who Dies, Who Tells Trevor's Story, the Colorado Rockies to Gavin. Francisco Lindor of the New York Mets headed to Brian. Blake Schnell of the San Diego Padres going to Matt. An Alex Manoah, RC of the Toronto Blue Jays headed to Ben. Followed up by Walker Buehler of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Francisco. A Johan Ovidio, RC of the St. Louis Cardinals, and that is going to Brian, followed by Tyler Stevenson of the Cincinnati Reds headed to Cynthia. Aristides Aquino of the Cincinnati Reds, an Aaron Judge stained glass. That's a nice looking stained glass of the Yankees right there, going to Eric, followed by a Trevor Bauer Illumination. And that is out of 99 of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Right there with that red, white, and blue. And then we're going to have a red Ivan Rodriguez of the Texas Rangers. And then an emergent Jason Dominguez of the New York Yankees. And that is going to Eric. And we're halfway through with this break. We have Tristan McKenzie, RC of the Cleveland Guardians, and that is going to Brian, followed by Ian Anderson of the Atlanta Braves, RC, headed to Ben. Carlos Correa of the Houston Astros right there, followed by Jim Tomei of the Guardians, Mike Schmidt of the Phillies, a Nate Pearson, RC of the Toronto Blue Jays, going to Ben, followed by Dylan Carlson of the St. Louis Cardinals, heading to Brian. Then we have a Dean Kremer, RC of the Baltimore Orioles, going to Ben, followed by an Illumination Freddie Freeman. Illumination Freddie Freeman of the Atlanta Braves, and that is going to Ben as well. And then we have a silver George Spinner of the Toronto Blue Jays, followed by a rookie class Luis Garcia of the Washington Nationals. And for that break that Brett is talking about, there is still an active discount code. Let me pull that up. I didn't have room for it in all the chat, so let me pull that up and double check what that code is. but there's still an active discount code for all Absolute Baseball and Prism Baseball. And then we're going to have a rookie autographs, Ryan Mountcastle. Ryan Mountcastle right there of the Baltimore Orioles, and that is headed to Ben. Yeah, we have a 30% discount code on that right now. That link will give you 30% off Prism and Absolute Baseball. Nice auto right there, Mr. Mountcastle. And now we're on to our next pack. Andre Scrub RC of the Houston Astros going to Nicholas, followed by Braylon Marquez of the Chicago Cubs RC to Mr. CEO. Then we got Larry Walker of the Rockies, a Zach McKinstry RC of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Francisco, followed by a Luis Diaz RC of the Miami Marlins going to Benjamin, followed by Alex Rodriguez of the Seattle Mariners going to Brian, Joey Gallo of the Texas Rangers going to Kevin, Jacob deGrom of the New York Mets headed to Brian, Seth Romeo of the Washington Nationals headed to Mr. CEO. Then we have an Illumination Buster Posey of the San Francisco Giants going to Cynthia, and then a blue Illumination Trevor Bauer of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Francisco, and then a championship stage John Lester of the Chicago Cubs going to Mr. CEO. And we got 3 packs left after this one. Luis Campusano, RC of the San Diego Padres, going to Matt. A Spencer Howard, RC of the Philadelphia Phillies, and that is going to Ben. Followed by Trey Turner of the Nationals, headed to Mr. CEO. Jared Kelenic of the Seattle Mariners going to Brian. Tyler Glasnow of the Tampa Bay Rays, followed by Joe Adele of the Los Angeles Angels going to Lucas. Cal Ripken of the Baltimore Orioles, followed by a Will Craig RC of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to Brian. Then we have Chris Bryant Fearless RC right there. Chris Bryant Fearless of the Cubs headed to Mr. CEO. And then out of 25, boom, boom, boom. Out of 25, it is Tucker Davidson of the Atlanta Braves. And that is going to be the navy blue cracked ice. That's really, really pretty. And that is headed to Ben. And then we have a red Fernando Tatis Jr. of the San Diego Padres, followed by a Lumber Inc. Tim Anderson of the Chicago White Sox going to Ben. Austin Meadows. Hey, T-Man, great to see you. Austin Meadows of the Tampa Bay Rays, followed by Dalton Jeffers of the Oakland Athletics, headed to Kevin, followed by Daniel Lynch of the Kansas City Royals, and that is heading to Cynthia. Alex Verdugo of the Boston Red Sox going to Rich. Javier Baez of the Cubs, Miguel Yajur of the Pittsburgh Pirates headed to Brian. Starling Marte of the Miami Marlins going to Ben. Chipper Jones of the Atlanta Braves headed to Ben. An old school Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees. Old school Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees going to Eric. Followed up by a silver Ryan Castellani of the Colorado Rockies RC, and that is headed to Gavin. And then we have a Sluggers Luke Voigt of the New York Yankees going to Eric. And then our auto, it is going to be a Christian Javier rookie autographs of the Houston Astros going to Nicholas. Jeff Bagwell of the Houston Astros headed to Nicholas, followed by Kyle Hendricks of the Chicago Cubs. Then we have Trevor Larnach, RC of the Minnesota Twins, going to Gavin, followed by Frank Thomas of the Chicago White Sox. Then we have Pavin Smith of the Arizona Diamondbacks, headed to Mr. CEO, followed by Freddie Freeman of the Braves. Alejandro Kirk, RC of the, that would be a great hat to spearfish for Dolphins, of the Toronto Blue Jays, going to Ben. Brandon Lowe of the Tampa Bay Rays, headed to Brian. Christian Yelich of the Milwaukee Brewers. Then we have a Harmon Killebrew of the Minnesota Twins, going to Gavin, followed by a blue Spencer Howard, RC of the Phillies, going to Ben. And then we have an emergent Drew Waters of the Atlanta Braves, headed to Ben as well. And we're on to our last pack. And folks, there's more available teams in tonight's later baseball breaks. You can get in those for 30% off. I believe there's still some available there. They might have sold out since the last time I dropped that link. But there's definitely should be some available. There's definitely some football available in the Chronicles break that's coming up in 2 breaks. And it looks like we have quite a few awaiting payments in the certified hobby break. So we will be doing some auctioning. We have Jorge Guzman of the Miami Marlins, RC, and that is going to head to Benjamin, followed by Edward Kalina of the Minnesota Twins, going to Gavin. Then we have Anderson Tejada of the Texas Rangers, going to Kevin, followed by Rafael Devers of the Boston Red Sox, going to Rich. Charlie Blackmon of the Colorado Rockies, headed to Gavin. A Josh Fleming, RC of the Tampa Bay Rays, going to Brian. Shane Bieber of the Cleveland Guardians, heading to Brian. Jose Abreu of the Chicago White Sox, going to Ben. Then we have Ketel Marte of the Arizona Diamondbacks, going to Mr. CEO, followed by a out of 199 fearless Nolan Arenado of the St. Louis Cardinals, headed to Brian. A red Wyatt Matheson, RC of the Diamondbacks, to Mr. CEO, followed by a stargazing Mike Trout of the Los Angeles Angels, going to Lucas. Great to see that. We will get that on our schedule. Unfortunately, that'll be scheduled. We have a ton of breaks scheduled here tonight. Well, fortunately, but unfortunately. All right, we got the rookie rundown of the inserts and parallels. We have the Wyatt Matheson of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Mr. CEO. The emergent Drew Waters of the Atlanta Braves, to Ben. The blue Spencer Howard of the Phillies, going to Ben. The silver RC Ryan Castellani of the Colorado Rockies, headed to Gavin. Following that up with a Luis Garcia rookie class of the Nationals, to Mr. CEO. An emergent Jason Dominguez of the Yankees, to Eric. A Casey Mize rookie class of the Tigers, headed to Eric. Followed up by a blue Luis Campusano of the Padres, going to Matt. Then we have a Nate Pearson rookie class of the Toronto Blue Jays, to Ben. A fearless Dylan Carlson of the St. Louis Cardinals, headed to Brian. Then we have the red mojo out of 199 Andrew Vaughn of the Chicago White Sox, headed to Ben. And a blue Jazz Chisholm of the Miami Marlins, going to Ben as well. And now on to our featured cards. The out of 99 Illumination, and the out of 25 Tucker Davidson Navy Cracked Ice, RC. Tucker Davidson of the Atlanta Braves, headed to Ben. Trevor Bauer of the Dodgers, going to Francisco. And then we have 3 rookie autos. No numbers in these ones, disappointing right there. But we're going to have Ryan Mountcastle of the Baltimore Orioles, going to Ben. Christian Javier of the Houston Astros, headed to Nicholas. And Tariq Skubal of the Detroit Tigers, going to Eric. And with that, we are done with break 1292. We'll be right back from BT Field with some certified football. Alrighty, folks. We are here for some certified hobby, but we've got some teams to auction off first. First, we're going to do a 3-pack of the Cardinals, the Ravens, and the Panthers. The bidding here will begin at $10 in increments of $1. Ben going with $15. Ben with $15. Do we have 16 or 17? 19 from Harry Hood. 19 from Harry Hood. And we are cooking right now. Do we have 20? Alrighty, we are 20 from Mark Davis. We're going to start a 30-second countdown. As soon as that countdown begins, any bids that occur in that 30 seconds will then will trigger another 15-second countdown. That 15-second countdown will continue triggering until there's no bids. So 30 seconds on the clock. Mr. CEO in the lead with 22. Gavin's bid does not trigger because it was less than Mr. CEO's bid. All right, Mr. CEO takes it. Mr. CEO takes it for $22. Mr. CEO, the link to pay is in the chat, but you can wait. And because we've got quite a few more teams to auction off, we have 2 more 3-packs of teams. The next one's going to be the Cowboys, the Broncos, and the Texans. The bidding for that will start at $10 in increments of $1. Double M, not a fan of the trigger rule. I got much more complaints about the sniping because of like the difficulty with YouTube and stuff of that nature. Mr. CEO with 15. Mr. CEO with 15 got that in just before Ben's 15. Do we have 16? We have 17 from Mark. 17 from Mark. It's only suicide if Mr. CEO wants the team. 18 from Mr. CEO. And even then, it's suicide because you're probably going to lose because he will occasionally get himself at a point of pride and go a little higher than I think he wants to. 18 for Mr. CEO. We're going to start the 30-second countdown. Any bids higher than 18 will trigger a 15-second countdown. Which, I mean, who hasn't maybe placed a bid or I don't know, continually chased Notre Dame football when they were playing Florida State and putting live bets in for your own pride because you're a Notre Dame fan.
That sounds oddly specific, Joe.
It may sound like my Sunday night. All right, Mr. CEO takes that one for 18. And again, there's one team left, so feel free to pay via the link in the chat or wait for this one.
Did Mark Davis take it for 20?
Oh, wait, was there a 20? Oh, I apologize about that. Mark, there's been an issue with our chat software. That's why we got John here to correct me. Mark gets him 420. Mark gets him 420. He did. Yep, he won. Yep, we corrected it here. That's why we got John here on the backup. We've had just a little bit of an issue with our streaming platform loading in the chat. So I have like the YouTube live chat up on one screen, and then I have like the streaming platform with the chats up on another, and it's just been a bit of a cluster. But you know what's not going to be a cluster? This next cluster of teams. How many times can I say cluster in a couple sentences? We're going to start the bidding for this one at $20, and we're going to do increments of $5. $20 with increments of $5. We are going to have the San Francisco 49ers, the New York Giants, and the Seattle Seahawks. Matt Double M, I'll take off the hat while you bid. Now you can't have any excuses if you lose this next round. It's an excuse-free zone. 45 from Mr. CEO right off the bat, and he's hunting for Trey Lance. 50 for T-Man. With Jimmy Garoppolo being named the starter, I wonder if that'll depress Lance's values for a little bit. In which case, buy, right? Because at some point, it may not even be this year, but next, like, he'll be named the starter soon enough. 60 from Mr. CEO, the current high bid. 60 from Mr. CEO, the current high bid right here for the 49ers. He could be chasing Sermon. I locked Sermon on my fantasy team right there, and I'm pretty thrilled with getting him in my dynasty auction league. We just started a new dynasty league this year with similar guys. Double M was 65, and with that we will start the countdown. Start the countdown right there. 30 seconds on the clock. Any bids will trigger a 15-second timer at the end. $70 from Mr. CEO, which will re-trigger 15 seconds here. 75 from Double M, and we got 15 seconds on the countdown. Alrighty. Double M takes it for $75. Alright, so that means Mr. CEO is in for $22, Mark is in for $20, and Double M is in for $75. Right there, drop your payment in the link in the chat. Drop it at the link in the chat right there. And Haley, that was that Notre Dame story was definitely a story about a friend. It wasn't me getting yelled at by my fiance while I'm furiously pounding my phone as Florida State mounted an amazing comeback. You know, as much as I hated to see it, because I am a very, very big Notre Dame fan. By far they were probably the first team I ever liked right there. It's pretty great to see that story of their backup QB. All right, and while we wait to receive payment, type scandal in the chat. Type scandal in the chat. And be entered to win. Alrighty. And we're all paid up, it looks like. So John, give us a 10-second countdown.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Cynthia.
Cynthia getting this, and you know what? Before we do a poll, let's drop some more cards in. You know. Well, you know what tonight is? We do have the Donruss Football Hobby release party, so we're gonna drop a blaster box of 2019 Donruss Hobby in there, and there's 12 packs in here, 8 cards per box. Let me open this bad boy up, and then we will pull Cynthia's winnings. I gotta say, the amount of money that I'm spending on giveaways is gonna get me a talking to from the higher ups at some point here. And the reason is it's always Saturday morning after we had a great break, so I'm in a great mood. So I'm like, I want to give our customers back some awesome giveaways, and I'm just like, add to the cart, add to the cart, add to the cart. All right, here we go. All of these Donruss football, and they're gonna go in, and they're gonna shake it up, dive in there, and we're gonna get a, not surprising because we just put in 12 packs, a 2019 Donruss football. Zach Ertz of the Philadelphia Eagles, a Cam Newton of the Carolina Panthers. We have Mark Brunell of the Jacksonville Jaguars, followed by Peyton Barber of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Then we have Eric Ebron of the Colts. Colts, followed by a Roquan Smith of the Chicago Bears, and all-time Gridiron Kings, Bruce Smith. Love Bruce Smith right there. Followed by Scott Miller, RC of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Congratulations, Cynthia. Yeah, I unfortunately will be out of town for that game. As you folks may have noticed, we don't have a show next Friday. I'm doing a 45-mile kayaking excursion in the Adirondacks. We leave Rochester at 6 a.m. Friday morning, and we'll be on the water out of cell phone service. And unfortunately, at this time, I'm the only breaker here at BreakTraders, but we will be changing that in the near future. We've got some aggressive expansion goals ahead of us, and just need to find the right people. Alrighty, the hat's back on for the Saute Safari on Wednesday night. And we're going to go hunting right here for some rookie QBs in this 2021 Certified Hobby One Boxer. This is break 1293. Break 1293. Yeah, definitely very excited for it. That is for sure. $13.56. I'm gonna have to double check which product that is. If it fills, it will break. It may just not be on the schedule yet. We're just a tad behind here, so I'll double check right there. If it fills, Jim, it will go. Baker Mayfield of the Browns. Brandon Ayuk got a 99 of the San Francisco 49ers right there, and that is heading to Double M. And then we have a graffiti, Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles, and that is going to Anthony. Anthony, welcome to Break Traders, followed by Amari Cooper of the Cowboys and Michael Perine of the Jets. And if you plan on getting in any of the open Donruss breaks, make sure to use the promo code in the chat for 25% off. Good luck, Harry. Good luck, Harry.
There's one spot left.
Perfect. Oh, Haley going hunting for Kadarius Toney. Calvin Ridley of the Falcons. We have a dark horse, Christian McCaffrey, headed to Mr. CEO right there. Following that up with Jeff Okudah of the Detroit Lions. And then we have Matt Stafford of the Los Angeles Rams. And our first memorabilia going to be headed to Cynthia. And that is 42 out of 50, Michael Pittman Jr. Michael Pittman Jr. with the 42 out of 50 pieces of the game headed to Cynthia. Russell Wilson of the Seahawks, and it looks like we're going to have another memorabilia right there, and it looks like it's a quarterback, so we'll see who that is. Russell Wilson of the Seahawks, a seal of approval. Myles Garrett of the Cleveland Browns going to Ben. And then we have an Austin Eckler of the Chargers and Cam Newton of the Patriots. And here we go. It is going to be, I was wrong. That is Frank Darby. Frank Darby of the Atlanta Falcons with the rookie auto right there headed to Ben. So I just saw this part of it underneath, and I was like, that's definitely a quarterback, but that is a wide receiver of the Atlanta Falcons. Jalen Reagor of the Eagles, followed by a Kylan Granison of the Indianapolis Colts RC headed to Cynthia. A Stars Nick Chubb of the Cleveland Browns going to Ben right there. And then we have Roquan Smith of the Bears and Ben Roethlisberger of the Steelers. Devontae Parker of the Dolphins, Antonio Gibson of the Washington Football Team, and then an out of 149, Devontae Parker, dark horse of the Green Bay Packers, headed to Cynthia. And we're going to follow that up with Jerry Jeudy of the Broncos and Jimmy Garoppolo of the 49ers. And folks, I believe there is still some spots available in the Chronicles Draft Picks football break that's coming up next. If you don't want to bid on them, which I think you can get some great prices on them, go check it out. You can use the promo code in the chat for 30% off those. You have until the end of this break to fill those spots. Jonathan Taylor of the Indianapolis Colts, a seal of approval. Von Miller of the Denver Broncos headed to Mark. Following that up with a little Deshaun Watson of the Texans and CeeDee Lamb of the Dallas Cowboys. And here we go. It is going to be Mr. Jimmy Graham of the New Orleans Saints, the certified gamers out of 249, and that is headed to Cynthia. Devin White of the Buccaneers, a Jeff Okudah out of 75 of the Detroit Lions, heading to Katie. Katie, welcome to Break Traders. A Stars, Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs, going to Thomas. Following that up with Damian Harris of the Patriots and Jared Goff of the Lions. And folks, if you're new to us like Katie is, feel free to use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase. And a big thank you to Lewis, Katie, Ethan, Anthony, and Jacob for joining us for the first time. Love to see the first timers joining us. Derek Carr of the Raiders, an Ian Book out of 249 of the New Orleans Saints, headed to Cynthia. A filler card right there. Then we got the Gold Team, Aaron Donald of the Rams. Gold Team, Aaron Donald of the Rams, headed to Cynthia. Followed by TJ Watt of the Steelers and Michael Thomas of the Saints. And we got 2 packs left in this break. Joe Burrow of the Bengals, a Tua out of 299. Holy hell. Tua out of 299 of the Miami Dolphins, headed to Cynthia. Brandon Ayuk of the San Francisco 49ers, Darius Slayton of the New York Giants. And folks, we were out there hunting, and we have shot a big one. This is the out of 99 graffiti, Trevor Lawrence, headed to Mr. CEO. And you know what that means. That means it's time for the Saute Sizzle sticker to come on out. Wow, I feel like that's down a little from where those were going to. I mean, I knew that seems a little bit down, but oh, the 265. That is the number I was thinking. Because I was seeing some bases of Zach Wilson going for roughly $120, or an out of 149. Well, that was a base, but. Kirk Cousins of the Vikings, and here we go. A dark horse, Tyreek Hill of the Kansas City Chiefs, going to Thomas right there. Following that up by Lamar Jackson of the Ravens and Devontae Adams of the Green Bay Packers. And here we go. The last hit in this certified break. It is going to be Mr. Ian Book, the freshman fabrics out of 299 of the New Orleans Saints, headed to Cynthia. That's a nice tricolor patch right there, rookie patch auto. Alrighty, folks, and with that, we are almost done with break number 1293. We just got to run these down. We're going to have our 2 rookie hits. We had out of 299, Kyle Grandison, and out of 249, Ian Book. Ian Book going to Cynthia. Kylan Grandison of the Colts also headed to Cynthia. And now on to our featured cards. Alrighty. Some of our veteran memorabilia. We have the out of 50 Michael Pittman Jr. of the Indianapolis Colts, pieces of game to Cynthia. And the out of 249 Jimmy Graham certified gamers of the Saints, also headed to Cynthia. Our 2 non-magged rookies. We have Mr. Frank Darby of the Atlanta Falcons. Frank Darby of the Atlanta Falcons headed to Ben. And an Ian Book, 263 out of 299. Rookie patch auto with the tricolor auto patch right there, headed to Cynthia. And last but not least, the number 1 pick in the NFL draft and the starting quarterback for the Jacksonville Jaguars, out of 99, it is Mr. Trevor Lawrence. And there we have it. That graffiti out of 99 going to Mr. CEO to wrap up break number 1293. And we will be right back with some Chronicles draft picks. Alrighty, we are back and we are going to auction off some teams in this break. The first team we are going to auction off is going to be the Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys are going to be auctioned off in conjunction with the Detroit Lions. The bidding for them will begin at $5 and increments of $1. Five from T-Man. 5 from T-Man got it in just before Shannon. Five from T-Man just before Shannon right there. Oop. 1 second here. Sorry, we were trying to remove it. One second. We are just double checking. This might be incorrect. Sorry, folks. 1294. Yes, Gavin did purchase the Lions. I apologize about that, folks. That is my fault. Right there. We're gonna restart this bidding in a second. And that is that's what happens when we leave them open that long for us. All right, so we're gonna restart the bidding. We have two teams, I believe, that are unsold. Let me just double check this last one right here. Sorry, 1 second, folks. I apologize. This is not like us here at BreakTraders. One moment. Now I can't see that order. It must be the hat. You are right for sure. Just give me one moment here. Okay, so it's a two-teamer. The Cowboys and the Raiders. Bidding begins at $5 in increments of $1. $5 in increments of $1. Double M takes it. Sorry about that. Double M takes it right there. I thought the volume was on, my mistake. Double M, you know what to do. In the meantime, we are going to do our next giveaway clue. How are you spelling this one, John? Like this?
I-E.
You write it down and then I'll write it down. I'm not, spelling is not my strong suit. Got it. Alrighty, folks, and we are going to do our next giveaway keyword right here. And that is going to be medieval. The Last Kingdom is incorrect. Game of Thrones, incorrect. Braveheart, incorrect. It is a TV show. That's fine. The Tudor's incorrect. Robin Hood, incorrect. Marco Polo, incorrect. Da Vinci, incorrect.
I think this is a really hard one. This might be the hardest one yet.
Which is wild, because I'm pretty sure it's an incredibly popular show.
Huh.
Downton Abbey, incorrect. Good guess, though, with the incredibly popular. The White Queen, incorrect. Merlin, incorrect. Vikings, incorrect. Good, another great show.
Yeah.
Home Alone, incorrect. Nightfall, incorrect. Alrighty. Show giveaway guessing has ended. We'll do one more keyword after this. One more keyword after this.
For this one.
Not right now, but just after after we randomize medieval, we'll do that one. Giveaway guessing has ended. Alrighty. Which means you're good to load the teams.
Okay.
Double M, just make sure to get that payment in, but it's $5, so I know you're good for it. Here we go. This is Chronicles Draft Picks. Chronicles Draft Picks right here. And I got to tell you, this is the last week that we will have Chronicles Draft Picks as anything other than like a couple Shopify breaks up. Because we're going to be switching to our two main football breaks with the eBay are certified in Donruss. And I'm not disappointed because that way I don't have to have Excel sheets of names in front of me anymore. Break 1294. Let's rock and roll. Though I do love the product. All right, we have Gregory Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills headed to Harry, followed by Demetric Felton of the Cleveland Browns going to Shannon. Then we have Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals headed to Harry, following that up with Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons going to Josh. Then we have a filler card followed up by Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts. Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts going to Cynthia. And then we have Dylan Moses of the Jacksonville Jaguars to Kenneth, followed by Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers going to T-Man. And then we have Sage Surratt of the Detroit Lions to wrap up that pack going to Gavin. And folks, there is still 3 unsold teams for the next Revolution break. As soon as we get done with this the fourth pack, those will be taken off the board, but you can get them for 30% off right now. 30% off right now using the promo code in the chat. We have Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers going to Josh, followed by Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals headed to David. And then we have Zach Wilson of the New York Jets going to Ryan, followed by an XR Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers headed to Josh as well. Then we have Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers as well going to Josh. A rated rookie Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to David. And then we're going to have a red Trey Sermon out of 149 from The Ohio State University, now of the San Francisco 49ers, headed to T-Man. And then our first memorabilia is going to be a full coverage, and that is Mr. Justin Fields. Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears, and that is going to be heading to Haley. Yeah, the red on red right there is pretty nice. Alrighty, folks, 2 packs left to get in on that Revolution break that's upcoming and getting in on that good price with that 30% off. We have Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons headed to Josh. Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons headed to Josh. Then we got Mr. Zach Wilson of the New York Jets to Ryan, followed by Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals going to Harry. Then we have the filler in there, followed up by Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Tim. Then we got Mr. Trey Sermon out of 149. That's double Trey Sermons out of 149 of the 49ers going to Josh. Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles headed to Tim. And a select Devonta Smith Smith of the Eagles headed to Tim. And then our next auto is going to be Mr. Darren Hall of the Atlanta Falcons going to Josh. We have Chuba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers going to Josh right there, followed by Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles headed to Tim. Cynthia, I would tend to agree with you on that one. Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to David. And then Nico Collins of the Houston Texans headed to Brian, followed by Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Kenneth. Travis Etienne of the Jaguars going to Kenneth. And then Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers headed to Josh. Followed up by a Trevor Lawrence Flux edition of the Jaguars headed to Kenneth. Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins with the silver, and that's headed to Shannon. And with that, if you want to get in on Revolution's next break and there's still spots available, it will be via auction. And I feel like via auction always goes higher, but that is where we are so that we don't have the same little mistake that I had here at the beginning. We have Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals. Following that up with a Michael Carter of the New York Jets going to Ryan. Then we have Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals headed to Harry, followed up by Zach Wilson of the New York Jets going to Ryan. Zach Wilson of the Jets to Ryan. Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers headed to T-Man, followed by a select Zach Wilson of the Jets going to Ryan as well. Then Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals headed to David. And here we go. It is going to be a Whop Filer of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley. We got one pack left in this one. Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Tim, followed by Pat Freiermuth of the Pittsburgh Steelers headed to T-Man. Then we have Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to David, followed up by Devonta Smith again of the Philadelphia Eagles headed to Tim. And then we have Mr. Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to David. Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers headed to T-Man, hoping he doesn't have a big week this week. And then Micah Parsons of the Dallas Cowboys going to Double M. And the last memorabilia / auto is going to be a Anthony Schwartz. Anthony Schwartz of the Cleveland Browns, and that is heading to Shannon. All right, let's run down these featured rookies. Micah Parsons of the Cowboys heading to Double M. Najee Harris of the Steelers heading to T-Man. Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to David. Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles headed to Tim. Jamar Chase of the Bengals going to David. Followed up by Devonta Smith again. Jamar Chase again. Zach Wilson of the New York Jets to Ryan. Followed by Zach Wilson again. Jamar Chase of the Bengals. Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins headed to Shannon. Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars to Kenneth. Travis Etienne of the Jags to Kenneth. Then we have Jamar Chase of the Bengals again. Devonta Smith of the Eagles again. Devonta Smith of the Eagles. The out of 149, Trey Sermon of the 49ers to Josh. Devonta Smith of the Eagles. Zach Wilson of the Jets. Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons heading to Josh. Followed up with a Trey Sermon out of 149 of the 49ers going to Josh. Jamar Chase of the Bengals right there, followed by Zach Wilson of the Jets. Jamar Chase, Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts to Cynthia, and Gregory Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills going to Harry. And now on to our featured cards. First, with our score autos, we have Anthony Schwartz of the Browns and Whop Filer of the Vikings. And then the Donruss rated rookie auto is Darren Hall of the Atlanta Falcons, headed to Josh. And then the big hitter out of this one going to Haley. It is going to be a full coverage Justin Fields from the Ohio State University. And that is going to be heading to Haley. And with that, we are done with break 1294. We will be right back from the hardwood for break 1295. All right, we've got some Revolution basketball. We have 3 teams to auction off, and we're going to do them as a 3-pack. What do you say, John?
Sounds good.
All righty. It's going to be the Spurs, the Raptors, and the Utah Jazz. Bidding will start at $5 in increments of $5. Spurs, Raptors, Jazz, 5 and 5. Five from Harry. 5 from Harry. 10 from T-Man. 10 from T-Man. Do we have 15? All right, we are going to start the 30-second countdown. Any bids within those 30 seconds will trigger a 15-second countdown. $15 from Double M, which means we'll have a 15-second countdown. $15 seconds on the clock. $20 from Brett, and that means there's another 15-second countdown on its way. $25 from Double M, which means we'll have another 15-second countdown. Alrighty, Double M takes it for $25. Double M takes it for $25. Double M, the link is in the chat. And folks, with that being said, there is still open spots, pardon me, in break number 1296. You can get those open spots for 30% off. I would recommend doing that because those spots, I think with the 30% off, would have definitely ended up for less than the auction occurred for. So that being said, I feel like, especially when I'm throwing out a 30% discount, you're always going to get a better deal on those teams if you're interested than if you buy them right off the gate or buy them on the auction. And while we wait for Double M to drop that payment, Medieval, type Medieval in the chat. Medieval. Steve, great to see you. Very rarely do we see Steve and Haley together, but I'm thrilled about that. All right, John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Kenneth Smith.
Kenneth, get in the giveaway. And Double, I'm still waiting on that payment. So if you can get that over so we can get that started. Let's see what we got here for Kenneth. We got a little end of World War II. Wow, these thank God regular packs aren't this hard to open. Or packs of sports cards, should I say. Cannot wait for that historic autograph. Batman and Robin meet Superman. Very exciting. A George Marshall of the Allies. Followed by a Victory in Japan Day right there. Then we have a Simon Bolivier Buckner Jr. Betty Lou Oliver. Followed by an MLB World Series right there of the Chicago Cubs. Then we're going to have Eddie Slovak, right, followed by Burt Shepard pitches, Bing Crosby, and Flight 19 goes missing. And we will get started here in just a moment. Just waiting on that payment, and then we will fire away. Lots of good, solid teams left. Cleveland Cavaliers for $8 in this next break. You can get that for 30% off with the promo code in the chat. Then we got the Portland Trailblazers, San Antonio Spurs, Raptors, and Utah Jazz. Basically 28 teams, 30% off. You could get 5 teams for around $20. Neither do I, but... Double M, if you let us know that you have sent that payment, we will just get going. It could just be a slow time on our end. Like slow with PayPal, which happens. All right, folks, in the meantime, we've already randomized medieval. I'm trying to think of another word to use for that one. Oh, I had told you one, right?
Yeah, I have not said that.
We will do our next keyword. All right, John, you let me know when you are ready.
I am ready.
Alrighty. Gossip. Gossip is the last keyword. Medici, incorrect. Bridgerton is correct. Bridgerton
Got it.
is correct. And you know what? Mr. CEO did have it last time. Unfortunately, it was just after the show giveaway had ended. Brett gonna get the Topps Stadium Club Baseball. Speaking of Topps, we have some Topps Chrome Baseball in. Brand new product for us, and that is on, we've got a 3-team random up on the site. Elvis Andrews of the Oakland Athletics, followed by Tony Gonsolin of the Dodgers, Ty Cobb of the Detroit Tigers, Casey Mize of the Detroit Tigers as well, and Giancarlo Stanton of the New York Yankees. Alrighty. Here we go. This is break 1295, the 2021 Revolution. 2021 Revolution basketball one box. Pick your team. Always love those likes on the stream. Always appreciate that for sure. And it appears 1296. We're going to have two teams to a random auction off in that one because they're still awaiting payment, but all the unsolds are gone, which is always great to see. Kyle Kuzma of the Lakers, Brooke Lopez of the Bucks, Bradley Beal of the Washington Wizards, followed by an RJ Hampton RC, and that's going to be a Cosmic out of 100 of the Denver Nuggets going to Cynthia. And then we have Isaac Okoro of the Cleveland Cavaliers, and that is also heading to Cynthia. Lou Williams of the Clippers, followed by Giannis of the Bucks, a Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers, and then we're going to have a Nick Richards RC of the Hornets right there, and that's going to be a little bit of a groove, and that is going to be going to Chad. Followed by a Vortex, Ja Morant of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Zach. Terry Rozier of the Hornets, Eric Gordon of the Rockets, Mike Conley of the Jazz, a Vortex Bradley Beal of the Washington Wizards going to Anthony, and then we have a Yudoko Azubuike RC of the Utah Jazz, and that is going to be headed to Double M. Jonas Valanciunas of the Grizzlies, LeBron James of the Lakers, Lonzo Ball of the Pelicans, and then we're going to have the Jason Tatum groove right there of the Boston Celtics, and that is headed to Anthony. Followed up with a rookie revolution, Kira Lewis Jr. of the New Orleans Pelicans going to Kevin. I believe that it's going to be changing, Mr. CEO. DeAndre Ayton of the Suns, Jrue Holiday of the Bucks, Markelle Fultz of the Orlando Magic, a Vortex Klay Thompson out of 50. The Vortex Klay Thompson out of 50 of the Golden State Warriors going to Anthony. And then we're going to have a Aaron Naismith of the Boston Celtics, and that is going to Anthony as well. I'm pulling for you, CEO. I mean, I'm pulling for everyone. I wish just every break had a hit a team. Obviously, that's not how breaks work, but that's what I would love. Domantas Sabonis of the Pacers, Kevin Love of the Cavs, Steven Adams of the Pelicans, followed by a LeBron James Astro edition of the Lakers going to Zach. Zach, welcome to BreakTraders. And then a rookie revolution, Kira Lewis Jr. of the New Orleans Pelicans, and I feel like I've got some deja vu right there, and I sure do. And we got 2 packs left in this break. Carmelo Anthony of the Trailblazers, D'Angelo Russell of the Minnesota Timberwolves, Karis Lever of the Brooklyn Nets, followed by a Josh Green RC, and that is an Astro of the Dallas Mavericks going to Anthony. And then we have Precious Achiuwa of the Miami Heat going to Kevin. We have Andre Drummond of the Cleveland Cavaliers going to Cynthia. Jaylen Brown of the Boston Celtics headed to Anthony. Chris Paul of the Phoenix Suns. Then we're going to have Alonzo Ball, and that's an Astro edition of the New Orleans Pelicans heading to Kevin. Followed up by a Shockwave Revolution, Kemba Walker of the Boston Celtics. Alrighty, let's run this down. For our inserts, we have the Vortex Ja Morant, followed by a Fractal Vortex Bradley Beal of the Washington Wizards, and then a Shockwave Kemba Walker of the Celtics. Then some parallels. We have 2 Astros in a groove. Lonzo Ball, LeBron James, both Astros, and then the groove, Jason Tatum. Now we got to run down these rookies. We have Precious Achiuwa of the Miami Heat going to Kevin. A rookie revolution, Kira Lewis Jr. of the Pelicans to Kevin. Aaron Naismith of the Celtics headed to Anthony, followed by Kira Lewis Jr. rookie revolution of the Pelicans headed to Kevin. Yudoko Azubuike of the Jazz to Double M, and Isaac Okoro of the Cleveland Cavaliers going to Cynthia. And then our 2 parallel rookies, we're going to have a Groove and an Astro. The Groove, Nick Richards of the Hornets to Chad, and the Astro, Josh Green of the Dallas Mavericks going to Anthony. And now on to our 2 featured cards. We have a Vortex out of 50. That is the Cubic. Klay Thompson of the Golden State Warriors headed to Anthony. And then we have an R.J. Hampton, and that is going to be out of 100. That is a Cosmic of the Denver Nuggets going to Cynthia. And with that, we are done with break 1295. We'll be right back from the hardwood with some more basketball. We are back, and we've got 2 teams to auction off here in break 1296. We are going to do them as a 2-pack. It's going to be the Dallas Mavericks and the New York Knicks. Bidding will begin at $5 in increments of $1. $15 from Mr. CEO. $20 from Jax. 20 from Jax. Oh. Sorry, 20 from Brett before Jackson. Again, that's just the YouTube API issue we're having. 37 from Mr. CEO. 27 from Mr. CEO. And we'll start the 30-second countdown. Any bids will trigger a 15-second timer. $30 from Brett. 37 from CEO, which means we're taking 15 seconds more right here. And I apologize again about the chat issues. We've been trying to fix it for like a month now. John's done everything in his power, and John's like the best with computers of anyone I know. So if it's not something we can fix, unfortunately. Alrighty, Mr. CEO takes them for 37. And in the meantime, we are going to be giving a giveaway to Mr. CEO because he got Bridgerton about a second after the show giveaway ended the last time. And that's going to be a 2015 Prestige headed to Mr. CEO. In the effort of getting some good karma, Cole Beasley with the Cowboys, Ndamukong Suh with the Dolphins, Robert Woods with the Bills, Malcolm Butler with the Patriots, Jamal Charles of the Chiefs, Von Miller of the Broncos. Then we have Melvin Gordon of the San Diego Chargers. That's a rookie right there. Devontae Parker RC right there. Alrighty. That's going to Mr. CEO, and while we wait for that payment, we are going to use the promo code GOSSIP, or use the keyword GOSSIP. Type GOSSIP in the chat. Perfect. Gossip in the chat. All right, John, give us a countdown.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Haley Bowell.
Haley, taking the gossip. I'm gonna get more of the 1945s then. They seem somewhat popular. Babe Ruth of the Yankees. And is it? Oh no. JT Realmuto of Miami, followed by a Kyle Tucker of the Houston Astros, Kyle Wright of the Braves, and Nolan Ryan of Texas. Mr. CEO, Haley. And with that, here we go. This is break 1296. 1296, the 2021 Revolution One Box Pick Your Team. Ja Morant of the Memphis Grizzlies, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of the Thunder, Aaron Gordon of the Magic. Then we're going to have a Jonas Valanciunas of the Memphis Grizzlies, and that's going to be a little Astro edition. And it looks like we have liftoff. And it is going to be a Ja Morant liftoff of the Memphis Grizzlies headed to Cynthia. Alrighty, on to our next pack in this one. Karl Anthony Towns of the Minnesota Timberwolves, followed by Jarrett Culver of the Timberwolves as well. Davis Bertans of the Wizards. And then we have an Anthony Edwards RC, and that is going to be a Astro. A little Astro Evans right there. Nice little hit right there. And that is going to be going to Alexander. Alexander, welcome to BreakTraders. Followed by a Jalen Smith RC of the Phoenix Suns, headed to Cynthia. And if you're new to BreakTraders like Alex, you can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first order at BreakTraders.com. We have some Revolution 3-team randoms up on the website. Welcome Xingwei, Alexander, and Kevin. Michael Porter Jr. right there of the Nuggets, Victor Oladipo of the Pacers, Tyler Hero of the Miami Heat. Then we're going to have an Astro DeAndre Ayton of the Phoenix Suns, and a Vortex RJ Barrett of the New York Knicks. Well, those Anthony Edwards definitely doing some climbing in the price range right there. Last I'd seen, they were going for that $30 to $45 range. Norman Powell of the Raptors, Russell Westbrook of the Wizards, Jimmy Butler of the Miami Heat, and then we're going to have a Xavier Tillman RC, and that is going to be a Cosmic out of 100, followed by of the Memphis Grizzlies, and that's going to Cynthia, followed by a Desmond Bane RC of the Memphis Grizzlies, and that is also headed to Cynthia. John Wall of the Houston Rockets, and that is going to Xingwei, followed by Al Horford of the Thunder, Derrick Rose of the Pistons, a Tyler Bay RC, and that is a Groove RC right there, and of the Dallas Mavericks to Mr. CEO, followed by a Supernova Giannis of the Milwaukee Bucks going to Xingwei. DeMar DeRozan of the Spurs headed to Brendan. Damian Lillard of the Trailblazers going to Brendan. Ben Simmons of the 76ers heading to Cynthia. Then we have a rookie Revolution, Isaac Okoro of the Cleveland Cavaliers going to Brendan, followed by Peyton Pritchard of the Boston Celtics going to Cynthia. Blake Griffin of the Pistons, Aaron Baines of the Raptors, Zion Williamson of the Pelicans, and then we're going to have a Ka Groove, and that is going to be Yusuf Nurkic of the Portland Trailblazers headed to Brendan, and then a Shockwave Revolution, Jason Tatum of the Boston Celtics, and that is going to be going to Kevin. On to the last pack in this one. Laurie Markin of the Bulls, Clay Thompson of the Warriors, Colin Sexton of the Cavs, a rookie revolution, James Weissman. And that is a cubic out of 50 of the Golden State Warriors going to Kevin. Nice hit right there. Followed up by a Kenyon Martin Jr. RC of the Houston Rockets. And that is going to Xing Wei. Alrighty, let's run down our veteran inserts. We have the Jason Tatum Shockwave Revolution of Celtics to Cynthia, the Supernova at Giannis, and that is of the Bucks going to Xing Wei, and then RJ Barrett of the New York Knickerbockers to Mr. CEO. Followed by we're going to have two Astros in a Groove. The Groove, Yusuf Nurkic, followed by the Astro, DeAndre Ayton of the Suns, headed to Cynthia. The Astro, Jonas Valanciunas of the Grizzlies to Cynthia, and that Yusuf Nurkic of the Trailblazers headed to Brendan. And now our rookie rundown. First, our base rookies. That's going to be Kenyon Martin Jr. of the Houston Rockets, headed to Xing Wei, followed by Peyton Pritchard of the Boston Celtics to Cynthia. Then we have Desmond Bane of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Cynthia, and Jalen Smith of the Phoenix Suns going to Cynthia. Would love to get some thoughts from our BT regulars on that Wiseman. Definitely happy to mag it, but that 325 seems really out of line with a lot of revolution. And then we have we have the Fractal Isaac Okoro rookie revolution and the Groove Tyler Bay of the Dallas Mavericks. Dallas Mavericks going to Mr. CEO, and Isaac Okoro of the Cavs headed to Brendan. Yeah, we will be magging that one for sure. That's going to get a Saute sizzle sticker. We like to anything really 75 and up. We're going to toss in a mag if is kind of the goal here at BT. And Brett, I appreciate you dropping those prices in the chat. That's extremely helpful to me. I very much appreciate it. Alrighty. First, we have the Ja Morant liftoff insert of the Memphis Grizzlies headed to Cynthia. Then we're going to have the Cosmic out of 100 Xavier Tillman, the Astro Anthony Edwards of the Minnesota Timberwolves, and then the out of 50 Cubic James Weissman. James Weissman of the Golden State Warriors going to Kevin. Anthony Edwards of the Minnesota Timberwolves going to Alexander. And Xavier Tillman of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Cynthia. And then here we go, folks. We are done with break 1296. We're going to take a 5-minute break and be back with the moment everyone's been waiting for. We are back, and it is the moment everyone has been waiting for. Some Donruss football hobby. So let's just dive in, right? Dive right into this bad boy. And here it goes. This is break 1148, the Donruss football one box. Pick your team. 10 cards per pack in this one. 18 packs per box. We're going to have that one auto and the one jersey. 10 cards per pack, 18 packs per box. I read that right. Let's rock and roll. Started out of the way with the Devin Singletary of the Buffalo Bills, Jacoby Myers of the Patriots. Then we're going to have a Derwin James Jr. of the Chargers, followed by Christian Kirk of the Cardinals. And oh wow, that's early, but we're going to have one of our memorabilias right out of the way. Or possibly two of them. Oh wait, no, they're just tricky. They're going to be the Brett Favre of the Donruss 21 of the Packers and Tom Brady. They faked me out with the little backwards card right there. Then we're going to have a Landon Dickerson of the Philadelphia Eagles, and that is going to be going to James, rated rookie, followed by a Max Crosby press proof. Max Crosby press proof of the Raiders, and that is going to be going to Derek. The Tom Brady photo variation right there. Good to know that, Harry. And then we're going to have a Dolphins Dominators, and that is my Tua, and that is headed to Cynthia, followed by a 2001 throwback Javon Curse. Loving these 2001 throwback cards right there. And that is going to be heading to John with the Tennessee Titans. J.K. Dobbins of the Ravens, followed by Stephon Diggs of the Buffalo Bills, Darius Leonard of the Colts, Alvin Kamara of the Saints. Then we're going to have a Randy Moss. First, we have the Tyreek Hill of the Chiefs, and then a Randy Moss of the Minnesota Vikings. Photo variation headed to Jake, followed by a rated rookie. That is Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins, headed to Cynthia. Nice hit right there. A silver Brett Favre of the Green Bay Packers, and that is heading to John. Following that up with Mr. Joshua Allen. That's an Elite Series right there. What a nice hit right there, Mr. Josh Allen. Then we're going to have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers champions for winning the Super Bowl, headed to Lucas. And that Josh Allen of the Bills going to Derek, by the way. We have Hunter Henry of the Patriots, Ndamukong Suh of the Buccaneers, followed by Jesse Bates of the Bengals, Will Fuller of the Miami Dolphins, and then we're going to have our two turned around cards. It is going to be Minkah Fitzpatrick of the Steelers and the Lamar Jackson photo variation of the Baltimore Ravens, headed to Jake. And then we're going to have a Daz Newsome rated rookie. Daz Newsome rated rookie of the Chicago Bears going to T-Man. And then an out of 100 press proof Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills going to Derek. Followed up by a 2001 throwback Mike Alstott of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Lucas. Oh boy, we have a lot of cards. I told John earlier, I was like, it is, I guess it's the same amount of cards. I said 10 packs with 18 cards per pack. So Adam Thielen of the Vikings, Jamal Adams of the Seahawks. Then we have Mr. Joe Mixon of the Bengals. followed by Myles Gaskin of the Dolphins. Our 2 reverse cards are going to be TJ Watt of the Steelers, and then the Devontae Adams variation of the Green Bay Packers to John, followed by a Hunter Long rated rookie of the Miami Dolphins going to Cynthia. Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions, and that is going to be going to John as well. And then we have an Alvin Kamara with the Action All Pros. And that is of the New Orleans Saints, and that is going to BMWs. And then we're going to have a rookie hit right here. That is an Elite Series Rookies, Terrace Marshall Jr. with the Elite Series rookie right there of the Carolina Panthers, and that is going to Lucas, followed by a Mike Evans Road to the Super Bowl of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Lucas. Definitely very cool looking, for sure. Max Crosby of the Raiders, Russell Wilson of the Seahawks, a DJ Moore of the Carolina Panthers, followed by Cam Akers of the Raiders. Then we're going to have Keelan Cole of the New York Jets, Odell Beckham Jr. of the Cleveland Browns, and that's going to be heading to John, followed by a Najee Harris rated rookie. And then we're going to have a red press proof Jalen Waddle rated rookie right there. And then we have the rookies, Kyle Pitts headed to Phil. And then the throwback 2001 throwback Larry Fitzgerald of the Cardinals headed to John. Melvin Gordon of the Denver Broncos, Joe Montana of the 49ers. Then we have Hayden Hurst of the Atlanta Falcons, followed by Keenan Allen of the Chargers. And then we're going to have we have a John Elway right there of the Denver Broncos, followed by a Jabril Cox rated rookie. And then it's Mr. Tom Brady with his 374th career touchdown pass. That's of the New England Patriots headed to Adam. And here we go. It is Ian Book, Gridiron Kings, Ian Book, rookies of the New Orleans Saints going to BMWs, followed by a Power Formulas, Travis Kelce. Power Formulas, Travis Kelce right there. Then we have the champ is here. That's Mr. Mike Evans of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Lucas. That Travis Kelce of the Chiefs went to John. And we're a third of the way through this break. Tre'Davious White of the Bills, James White of the Patriots. We have Joey Bosa of the Chargers, AJ Green of the Cardinals, followed by a Barry, Daisy. Denzel Mim of the Jets, and then a Barry Sanders of the Detroit Lions, followed up by Mr. Kyle Pitts, rated rookie of the Falcons, headed to Phil. And then we have the out of 49, James White of the New England Patriots, and that is going to Adam. Following that up with the rookies, Kenny Nwangu of the Minnesota Vikings, and that is going to Jake. And then we have a 2001 throwback Randy Moss of the Minnesota Vikings going to Jake as well. Lamar Jackson, following that up with Mr. Jonathan Taylor of the Colts, Ryan Kerrigan of the Washington Football Team, followed up by Daniel Sorensen of the Chiefs, and a Darius Leonard variation of the Colts going to Lucas. And then we're going to have a rated rookie Khalil Herbert of the Chicago Bears going to T-Man, and Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers going to, that's a rated rookie portrait right there, headed to John. Following that up, we have an Elite Series TJ Hawkinson of the Detroit Lions, and the champ is here, Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, going to Lucas. And then our first memorabilia hit. Let's see what we've got here. Dun, 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 dun. It is going to be an All-Pro Kings Nick Chubb out of 299 Studio Series of the Cleveland Browns, going to John. Very cool looking card right there. Probably not super valuable, but very cool looking. Justin Jefferson of the Vikings, followed by Deebo Samuel of the 49ers. Then we have Jared Goff of the Lions, Jameis Winston of the Saints, and then we're going to have a little bit of Dak Prescott on the Cowboys, a Chase Young variation of the Washington football team headed to John. Following that up with a Dwayne Eskridge rated a rookie of the New Orleans of the Seattle Seahawks, going to John. A Phillip Rivers press proof. Then we got a Dominators, Rob Gronkowski of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and then a 2001 throwback Joe Namath of the New York Jets. All right, we are halfway through this break. Oliver Vernon of the Browns, followed by Fletcher Cox of the Eagles. Then we have Nick Chubb, or T. Higgins of the Bengals, Dan Marino of the Dolphins. Following that up with a little bit of, sorry folks, Mark Brunell of the Jags, Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles, followed by a rated rookie Elijah Vera Tucker of the New York Jets. And then we're going to have that gold press proof 46 out of 50, and that is going to be Mr. Joe Montana of the San Francisco 49ers, going to T-Man. Followed by a Elite Series rookies, that is Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, going to Lucas. And then a Amari Cooper of the wide receiver, makes it look easy. Some highlights of the Dallas Cowboys, and that is heading to Chris. We've had a few first-round rookies. Or are you talking Kareem Hunt of the Browns, Miles Sanders of the Eagles, following that up with Jeremy Chin of the Panthers, Robert Woods of the Rams, James Robinson of the Jags, a Drew Brees of the New Orleans Saints, going to BMWs, followed by Mr. Jacob Harris, rated rookie of the Los Angeles Rams, going to John. And then we're going to have a little 171 out of 500 Alex Leatherwood of the Raiders, and that is going to be going to Derek, followed up by a Nico Collins, the rookies of the Houston Texans, and that is going to be heading to BMWs, followed by a Steve Young 2001 throwback of the 49ers, going to T-Man. Whoever gets it right will get a giveaway out of the giveaway pot. If you guess the first round QB that we pull out of this, you'll get a giveaway out of the giveaway pot. Andy Dalton of the Bears, Darius Slayton of the Giants. Then we have Foye Oklahoma of the Falcons. A little Saquon Barkley of the New York Giants. Saquon Barkley of the New York Giants with that variation. Marquez Valdez-Scantling of the Packers. A Tyson Campbell of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and that is going to be headed to T-Man, followed by an all-time Gridiron King, Steve Young of the 49ers, the T-Man, and a Legend Series, Randy Moss of the Minnesota Vikings, going to Jake, and then Dan Marino Retro Series heading to of the Miami Dolphins, heading to Cynthia. And I think we're going to have our rookie hit. And it is going to be Kadarius Toney, 10 out of 99 of the New York Giants, going to John with that Elite Series rookie auto. Six packs left here. And those eBay breaks are definitely going to be a little later tonight, but that is what happens. Leonard Williams of the Giants, Jordan Poyer of the Bills, Michael Vick of the Falcons, Mike Williams of the Chargers. Then we have no, it is not an on-card. Travis Kelce with that variation of the Chiefs going to John. Then we have Zadarius Smith of the Green Bay Packers, followed by an Amon-Ra St. Brown rated rookie of the Detroit Lions headed to John, followed by a press-proof Daz Newsome of the Chicago Bears going to T-Man. And then we have the rookies, Jacob Harris of the Rams headed to John, followed by Peyton Manning with that 2001 throwback of the Indianapolis Colts going to Lucas. All right, so it'll be whoever guessed it first. So Harry with Zach, Adam with Mac Jones, Haley with Trey Lance, Steve with Fields. So it'll be whoever guesses it first. Devin McCourty of the Patriots, Justin Tucker of the Ravens, Kyler Murray of the Cardinals, Michael Pittman of the Colts. Then we're going to have a Tua variation right there of the Miami Dolphins headed to Cynthia. And then we're going to have Aaron Rodgers of the Packers, followed up by Sammy Ehlinger of the Indianapolis Colts. Sam Ehlinger of the Colts. Then we're going to have a press-proof Levante David out of 100 of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Lucas, followed up by an Elite Series George Kittle of the San Francisco 49ers going to T-Man. And then we have a Retro Series John Elway of the Denver Broncos going to Brendan. Randy Moss of the Vikings, followed by Sean Alexander of the Seahawks. Then we have Terry McLaurin of the Washington Football Team, David Johnson of the Texans. We have a DK Metcalf variation of the Seattle Seahawks going to John. A Jalen Smith of the Dallas Cowboys, the Greg Newsome rated rookie of the Cleveland Browns headed to John. And then we have Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons going to Phil, and Barry Sanders of the Detroit Lions. Barry Sanders of the Lions headed to John. I need you to go into the chat, and I offered up a challenge who would guess the first round rookies. So if you could just write this down on a piece of paper for me, and I will tell you the names. Harry Hood has Zach Wilson. First, Drew Lock of the Broncos, Jimmy Garoppolo of the 49ers, Drew Brees of the Saints, Tyler Boyd of the Bengals. We're going to have the Julio variation right there of the Atlanta Falcons going to Phil. Followed up by Deontay Johnson of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and then the Trevor Lawrence rated rookie, which means Brett has it. So you're good. Brett has the winnings, so we will be pulling him a giveaway right after this. Then we have the silver. That is going to be of the Tennessee Titans. What a weird no name on it. Bud Dupree of the Tennessee Titans right there headed to John, followed by a little Dominators, A.J. Brown of the Titans headed to John. Then we're going to have an Elite Series rookies, Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Jordan, and then a Peyton Manning Hall of Fame inducted of the Indianapolis Colts going to Lucas. 2 packs left in this one. Odell Beckham of the Browns, followed by Travis Fulgham of the Eagles, Jerome Baker of the Dolphins, Robbie Anderson of the Panthers. We have Mr. Joe Burrow of the Cincinnati Bengals headed to Jordan right there with that variation. A little James Conner of the Arizona Cardinals, followed by Hunter Long, a rated rookie of the Miami Dolphins, going to Cynthia. Then we have a DK Metcalf press proof of the Seahawks going to John, followed by an all action proofs David Bacarte of the Green Bay Packers going to John as well. And then the 2001 throwback Marcus Allen of the Los Angeles Raiders headed to Derek. Right after Harry said no first round QBs, Allen Robinson of the Bears, Evan Ingram of the Giants. We have Leonard Floyd of the Rams, Russell Gage of the Falcons, a little Baker Mayfield variation right there of the Cleveland Browns to John. We have Marcus May of the New York Jets, a Kyle Pitts rated rookie of the Atlanta Falcons going to Phil, followed by Gridiron Kings, Kadarius Toney, the rookies of the New York Giants going to John, followed by a power formula as DeAndre Swift of the Detroit Lions, and a road to the Super Bowl that is going to be Lamar Jackson. Got the beatdown the week after that of the Baltimore Ravens going to Jake. Alrighty. Oh wow, that Lawrence going to be getting a sizzle sticker, I believe. Let's run these rookies down. Kadarius Toney of the New York Giants going to John. Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons headed to Phil. Hunter Long of the Miami Dolphins going to Cynthia. Then we have Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals headed to Jordan. Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons headed to Phil. Greg Newsome of the Browns going to John, followed by Sam Ellinger of the Indianapolis Colts to Lucas. Jacob Harris, the rookies of the Rams, going to John. Daz Newsome, press proof of the Bears, headed to T-Man. Amon St. Brown of the Lions to John. Tyson Campbell of the Jags. Nico Collins of the Houston Texans. Alex Leatherwood out of 500 of the Raiders. Jacob Harris of the Rams. Kyle Trask, Elite Series rookies of the Buccaneers. Elijah Vera Tucker of the Jets. Dwayne Eskridge of the Seahawks. Kylan Hill of the Packers. Khalil Herbert of the Bears. The rookies, Kenny Nwangu of the Vikings. Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons. The rookies, Gridiron Kings, Ian Book of the Saints. Then we go Jabril Cox of the Cowboys, followed by Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons. Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins, rated rookie. Najee Harris of the Steelers. The Elite Series rookies, Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers. Amon St. Brown of the Lions. Hunter Long of the Dolphins. Daz Newsome of the Bears. Jalen Waddle of the Dolphins. And Landon Dickerson of the Eagles. And now on to the featured cards. We will top load for now. We have the out of 50 Joe Montana and the Trevor Lawrence rated rookie. Joe Montana of the San Francisco 49ers. San Francisco 49ers going to T-Man. T-Man, I'm happy to mag that if you would like me to. You just drop that in the chat, let me know. Happy to mag it if you want me to. I'll leave it right there. Just shoot a message in the chat. Then we have the All-Pro Kings Nick Chubb out of 299, and then the Kadarius Toney out of 99. 206 breaks, not high on Lawrence. Alrighty, folks. And there we have it. That is the end of the break. 11:48. And we are going to take a brief break, and we'll be right back with some more Donruss football hobby. Pick your division. Alrighty, we are back. A little pick your division. This is break 1149. 1149, the 2021 Donruss Football One Box Pick Your Division. And that has T-Man with the AFC East, AFC North, Ben with the AFC South, T-Man with the AFC West, Mr. CEO with the NFC East, Haley with the NFC North, NFC South going to Kenneth, and T-Man with the NFC West. Brett, I already forgot about that giveaway, so we will do a randomization. Just type in the chat, because we haven't had a new giveaway in a while, right? So yeah, we'll be pulling one, but anyone that comments in the chats, can you just set it to active users via Nightbat? During this break, we'll dive in.
Okay.
All right, here we go. 1149, the 2021 Donruss One Box Pick Your Division. And we are about to get started here. Yes, we can't randomize on likes, or we would just do tons of giveaways like the stream to be entered to win. Lawrence Taylor of the Giants, Cole Beasley of the Bills. Then we're going to have a little Kenneth Murray of the Chargers, Larry Fitzgerald of the Cardinals, followed by a little Zeke Elliott right there. Zeke Elliott with the variation of the Dallas Cowboys, and that's going to be heading to Mr. CEO, followed by Corey Davis of the New York Jets, a Trevon Moehrig of the Raiders, Trevon Moehrig of the Las Vegas Raiders, and that is going to be heading to, blanking right there, T-Man, followed by a Deebo Samuel press proof of the 49ers, Deebo Samuel press proof of the 49ers right there, followed up by a Dominators, Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles to Mr. CEO, and then Steve Young with that throwback, and that is going to be going to T-Man. Stephon Gilmore of the Patriots, Hollywood Brown of the Ravens. Then we have T.Y. Hilton of the Indianapolis Colts, Antonio Gibson of the Washington Football Team, followed by Peyton Manning of the Colts. Peyton Manning of the Colts headed to Ben, followed by Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Kansas City Chiefs. Then we have Brevin Jordan, rated rookie of the Texans, going to Ben, followed by a little Kenneth Murray, 2 out of 101 of the Chargers, heading of the Los Angeles Chargers, heading to T-Man, and Elite Series Michael Thomas of the New Orleans Saints, and that's going to Kenneth. Followed up with a Tom Brady. The Brady defense eats up the offense defense, and that's of the Buccaneers, going to Kenneth. Haley, I wish you had became a Bills fan. Harrison Smith of the Vikings, Mike Evans of the Buccaneers, followed by Brandon Cooks of the Texans, A.J. Brown of the Titans. Then we have DeAndre Hopkins with that photo variation of the Arizona Cardinals, going to T-Man, followed up by another Tom Brady of the Patriots, Terrace Marshall Jr., rated rookie of the Carolina Panthers, going to Kenneth, followed up by Jarrett Patterson of the Washington Football Team to Mr. CEO. Jarrett Patterson going to have a huge year. Then we have Derrick Henry of the Action All-Pros of the Tennessee Titans, going to Ben, followed up by a 2001 throwback Javon Curse of the Titans, headed to Ben as well. It was Bud Dupree. It showed him in a tight Steelers jersey. And but it didn't have his name on it except on the back. Darren Waller of the Raiders, followed by George Kittle of the San Francisco 49ers. Then we have Chad Johnson of the Bengals, Xavier Howard of the Dolphins, Robert Gronkowski with that variation of the Buccaneers to Kenneth. And then we have a Joe Schobert of the Jaguars, followed by Azeez Olahari of the New York Giants to Mr. CEO. And then here's one, Brett. A rated rookie, that's going to be Jeremiah Wasu-Kamara from Notre Dame on the Cleveland Browns, headed to T-Man. Following that up, we have a Power Formulas Saquon Barkley of the New York Giants to Mr. CEO. And then a retro series, Drew Bledsoe of the New England Patriots, headed to T-Man. Roxanne must have my tongue. We do have BreakTraders Roxy in the house tonight. First time in a while. We've been bringing Tucker in a lot more because he loves seeing people and doesn't get to as much. Myles Garrett of the Browns, Dallas Goedert of the Eagles. Then we have Brian Burns of the Panthers, followed by Johnny Hecker of the Rams. A little Henry Ruggs photo variation of the Raiders going to T-Man. Followed up by Shaquille Griffin of the Jacksonville Jaguars, followed by Mr. Nico Collins of the Houston Texans. And then we have a Javon Holland press-proof rated rookie of the Miami Dolphins to T-Man, followed up by the rookies Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers, headed to T-Man. And then we have Mike Allstott with that 2001 throwback edition of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Kenneth. And folks, if you're enjoying these Donruss breaks, there is a lot more available. Would love to do a snake at the end of the night as well, but you can get in for 25% off. Akeem Hicks of the Bears, Leonard Williams of the Giants, followed by Michael Vick of the Falcons, Mike Williams of the Chargers, a Travis Kelce variation of the Kansas City Chiefs, headed to T-Man. Then we're going to have a Zadarius Smith of the Packers, followed by Jamin Davis of the Washington football team to Mr. CEO. And then we're going to have a Gridiron Kings rookies, Trey Lance. Nice hit right there. Of the 49ers going to T-Man. Followed up by an Elite Series rookie, Kenneth Gainwell of the Eagles, headed to Mr. CEO. And then the champ is here, Rob Gronkowski of the Buccaneers, and that's going to Kenneth. Yeah, I agree. Very cool looking card right there. Brett, if you're feeling so inclined, would love to see if that's got a valuation out there. I know it's day of, so tough. Trey White of the Bills, James White of the Patriots, A.J. Green of the Bengals, Jonathan Taylor of the Colts. We're going to have a Darius Leonard variation of the Indianapolis Colts, and that is going to be heading to Ben, followed up by Daniel Sorensen of the Chiefs. Then we have Mr. Luke Farrell, rated rookie of the Jacksonville Jaguars, going to Ben, followed by Mr. Cam Akers of the Rams, press proof, and that is going to be going to T-Man. Followed up by an Action All-Pros, Travis Kelce of the Kansas City Chiefs, going to T-Man. And then we have the 2001 throwback, Howie Long of the Raiders, and that is going to be going to T-Man as well. I grabbed Cam Akers. I started a Dynasty Auction League this year with some friends. I got Cam Akers. I had a $500 budget. I got him for $10. And I know he's not going to play this year and possibly not the year after, but that talent for $10. Then we have Lamar Jackson of the Ravens. Then we have Justin Jefferson of the Vikings, followed by Ryan Kerrigan of the Washington football team, followed by Jared Goff of the Detroit Lions, Mr. Chase Young with that little variation of the Washington football team to Mr. CEO. Following that up, we have Dak Prescott of the Cowboys, the Rashad Bateman rated rookie of the Baltimore Ravens to T-Man. Following that up with Robert Woods of the Rams, Derrick Henry power formulas of the Tennessee Titans heading to Ben. And then we have a road to the Super Bowl, Baker Mayfield of the Cleveland Browns going to T-Man. I'm still so disappointed that the Browns didn't beat the Chiefs when Mahomes got hurt, because one, I would have loved to see the Browns-Bills AFC Championship game, but two, I think the Bills would have gone to the Super Bowl. Deebo Samuel of the 49ers, Olivia Vernon of the Browns, Jameis Winston of the Saints, T. Higgins of the Bengals, Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles, and that is going to Mr. CEO, followed by Mark Brunell of the Jags, Pete Werner of the New Orleans Saints. And then we have a Mike Williams die cut, 53 out of 75 of the Chargers. Right there. And then, folks, a parallel that I didn't see in a prior pack because it was a base and I didn't flip it over. Aqueous Test, Robert Woods of the Rams, and that's going to T-Man.
That was a good.
Yeah, no, that's a great thing. If you see any more of those, John, feel free to holler them, send them over here. The rookies, Ian Book of the New Orleans Saints going to Kenneth, followed by a 2001 Troy Aikman of the Dallas Cowboys headed to Mr. CEO. John showed it to me like thinking that there was some sort of mistake on the card. Fletcher Cox of the Eagles, Kareem Hunt of the Browns. Then we have Dan Marino of the Dolphins, Jeremy Chin of the Panthers. We're going to have that Drew Brees photo variation of the New Orleans Saints going to Kenneth. James Robinson of the Jaguars, a Trey Sermon rated rookie headed to Miss T-Man. Following that up with an Elijah Moore of the New York Jets. Elijah Moore of the Jets headed to T-Man as well. And then we have an Elite Series Marquez Colston of the New Orleans Saints going to Kenneth. And then a champ is here, Tyler Johnson of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Kenneth as well. And oh boy, the throat is getting beat up here. Miles Sanders of the Eagles, Andy Dalton of the Bears, Robert Woods of the Rams, Foye Oakland of the Falcons, Mr. Saquon Barkley of the Giants with that variation headed to Mr. CEO. And then we have Marquez Valdez-Scantling of the Packers, a Jalen Phillips rated rookie of the Miami Dolphins headed to T-Man, followed by a press-proof Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley. Then we have a little Dominators, J.J. Watt of the Arizona Cardinals headed to T-Man as well. And then a Dan Marino 2001 throwback of the Miami Dolphins headed to T-Man. Haley, I'll invite you to another Discord that I'm in that has like thousands and thousands of members. I'll just drop it in our Discord, the invite link to that, and you can probably ask there for it too. Darius Slayton of the Giants, Devin Singletary of the Bills, followed by Derwin James of the Chargers, Christian Kirk of the Cardinals, the Tom Brady variation of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers heading to Kenneth. Then we have a Mr. Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons RC to Kenneth as well, followed up by Tom Brady's 424th career touchdown pass. Then we have the all-time Joe Montana Gridiron Kings right there of the 49ers to T-Man, followed by Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Los Angeles Rams Elite Series rookies headed to T-Man. Then we have Tyreek Hill of the Chiefs. Tyreek Hill of the Chiefs going to T-Man right there with that highlights. And Brett, in terms of value stacks, you know, I mean, the Jets, Michael Carter and Zach Wilson. The Jags before ETN got hurt with him and Lawrence. I don't know. Sermon maybe right now because of the ETN injury. It all depends on who you think is going to be great. Jordan Poyer of the Bills, Devin McCourty of the Patriots, Kyler Murray of the Cardinals, Michael Pittman Jr. of the Colts, a little Tua variation of the Miami Dolphins going to T-Man. Following that up with Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers, Mr. Kylan Hill, a rated rookie of the Green Bay Packers, a press-proof Jamison Crowder of the Jets out of 100, followed by a Dominators Joey Burrow of the Cincinnati Bengals headed to T-Man. That Jamison Crowder of the Jets to T-Man as well. And then the 2001 throwback Larry Fitzgerald of the Cardinals to T-Man. Oh yeah, I didn't even remember more. Justin Tucker of the Ravens, followed by Terry McLaurin. Terry McLaurin of the Washington football team. David Johnson of the Texans. A little DK Metcalf variation right there of the Seattle Seahawks headed to T-Man. Then we have Jalen Smith of the Cowboys, followed by boom, Daedley. It is Mr. Justin Fields, and we might as well start the fireworks because we have a Trevor Lawrence gold-rated rookie as well. The portrait and the Justin Fields of the Bears headed to Haley, and Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars going to Ben. A Lawrence Taylor's Legend series of the New York Giants to Mr. CEO, followed by a DK Metcalf highlights of the Seahawks headed to T-Man. There's no number on that gold right there. Maybe it's just an like orange. I was like searching and I couldn't find anything for that. Or just portrait. Got it. Here we go. Our next is going to be a little Jersey Kings, and that is More Than a Thielen of the Minnesota Vikings, and that's going to Haley. Randy Moss of the Vikings, Sean Alexander of the Seahawks, Drew Brees of the Saints, Tyler Boyd of the Bengals. We have a little Julio Jones action of the Atlanta Falcons variation to Kenneth. Deonta Johnson of the Steelers, Frank Darby of the Atlanta Falcons right there. The Drew Brees press proof of the New Orleans Saints going to Kenneth. Thanks, Brett. I will definitely sizzle that one up. Then we have the rookies, Trey Lance. That's a nice Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers going to T-Man. No shortage of rookie QBs here. And then the 2001 throwback, Andre Johnson of the Houston Texans going to Ben. Drew Lock of the Broncos, Jimmy Garoppolo of the 49ers, a little Jerome Baker of the Dolphins, Robbie Anderson of the Panthers, Mr. Joey Burrow, the variation of the Bengals, and that is going to head to T-Man, followed by James Conner of the Cardinals, an Ian Book rated rookie of the New Orleans Saints to Kenneth, followed by Eric Stokes out of 500 of the Green Bay Packers going to Haley. Then we have a little bit of the Elite Series, Bill Romanowski of the Denver Broncos to T-Man, and a Retro Series, Ozzie Newsome of the Browns, and that is going to T-Man as well. Odell Beckham Jr. of of the Browns, followed by Travis Fulgham of the Eagles, Leonard Floyd of the Rams, Russell Gage of the Falcons, Baker Mayfield with that variation of the Browns to T-Man. Then we have Marcus May of the Jets, a Simi Fioco rated rookie of the Dallas Cowboys, followed by a Trevon Morig, and that bad boy is going to be a gold proof out of 25. Nice hit right there of the Raiders to T-Man. Following that bad boy up with the Dominators, Kyler Murray of the Cardinals to T-Man as well. And then we have the 2001 throwback Mike Vick of the Falcons going to Kenneth. Allen Robinson of the Bears, Evan Ingram of the Giants, a little Joey Bosa of the Chargers. Then we're going to have a Barry Sanders of the Lions headed to Haley. Denzel Mims of the Jets. Followed by Christian Barmore of the New England Patriots headed to T-Man. Josh Jacobs, Gridiron Kings of the Raiders to T-Man. A Elite Series rookies, that's Mr. Josh Palmer of the Chargers going to T-Man as well. And then little John Lynch with his induction of the Denver Broncos. And, excuse me, that is going to be heading to T-Man. And then here we go. It is going to be a 2001 throwback, 12 out of 25, Mr. Terry Bradshaw with the auto of the Pittsburgh Steelers heading to T-Man. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down. Josh Palmer of the Chargers, Christian Barmore of the Patriots, Simi Fioco of the Cowboys, Eric Stokes out of 500 of the Packers, Ian Book of the Saints, Frank Darby of the Falcons, Kylan Hill of the Packers, Tutu Atwell of the Rams, Javian Hawkins of the Falcons, Jalen Phillips of the Dolphins, Elijah Moore of the New York Jets, Trey Sermon of the 49ers, Ian Book, the rookies of the Saints, Pete Wenner of the Saints, Rashad Bateman of the Ravens, Luke Farrell of the Jags, Kenneth Gainwell of the Eagles, Jamin Davis of the Washington Football Team, Najee Harris of the Steelers, Javon Holland of the Dolphins, Nico Collins of the Texans, the no-name parallel Jeremiah Wasu-Kamara of the Browns, Azeez Olahari of the Giants, Jarrett Patterson of the Washington Football Team, Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Panthers, Brevin Jordan of the Texans, and Trevon Morig of the Raiders. And here we go. Definitely a very cool, auto to grab. I don't know, like, I think it's kind of like that Bills Jim Kelly Marv Levy one you hit. Don't know how like truly valuable it is, but like to a single person, it could be. Alrighty, let's run this down. First, some numbers. We have the number die cut, 53 out of 75. That silver press proof die cut. Mike Williams of the Chargers headed to T-Man, followed by Trevon Morig out of 25 of the Raiders. And that is going to be going to T-Man as well. And then we're going to dive into our Jersey Kings. More than a Thielen, it's Adam Thielen, and that's out of 349 of the Vikings headed to Haley. And then we have the out of 25 Terry Bradshaw of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and that is going to T-Man. And then here we go. No shortage of quarterbacks. We have Justin Fields, and then we got the dual Trey Lances. Justin Fields and the dual Trey Lances right there. Trey Lance of the 49ers headed to T-Man. Justin Fields of the Bears headed to Haley. And then, boom, goes the dynamite. It's going to be a magged up Trevor Lawrence getting that sizzle sticker of the Jacksonville Jaguars headed to Ben. And with that, we are done with break 1149. We are going to take a 3-minute break and be back with break 1353. Alrighty. We are back, and we have to do the randomization of those active users to give away that giveaway that Brett donated to the group. Can you run that randomization, John?
Sure. Just a moment. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Cynthia.
Cynthia, let's see what Cynthia is grabbing out of here. It's going to be a little Donruss Football 2019. Oops. Curtis Samuel, followed by Nelson Aguilar, Jason Witten. And we have little Mike Williams right there, Kelvin Ridley, Aaron Donald, a Quandre Diggs of the Lions, and then a rated rookie, Benny Snell Jr. of the Steelers. And before we dive into break 1353, if you are here for breaks, the break starting with 1297, we are a bit behind right here. We have 2 more breaks to go before that absolute baseball. Looking at about an hour or a half hour behind schedule. I apologize. We had quite a few people that did not complete payment in the first round of eBay breaks, which requires some auctioning off, and that just leads us to be behind. But here we go. This is 1353, the 2021 Donruss Football One Box. Pick your team. And similar to score, I will just be saying the notable veterans here, just to save my voice because we have a lot of certified going forward. Little DJ Chark variation right there of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Then we have Darnell Savage Jr. Little Ian Book rated rookie of the New Orleans Saints. And then it's Mr. Rashad Bateman, and that is going to be 81 out of 100 with the silver press proof right there. Followed up by a Dominators, Baker Mayfield of the Cleveland Browns, headed to Harry. And then we go a little 2001 throwback, Terry Bradshaw of the Steelers. Yeah, just a lot of 5-cent cards to rock through. Oh, Miles Jack of the Jacksonville Jaguars, followed up by Alvin Kamara of the Saints. Then we have a little Frank Darby rated rookie of the Atlanta Falcons going to Ben. And then it's going to be an Elijah Moore Gridiron Kings. Love these cards of the New York Jets headed to Ben. Followed up by a Dwame Brown Elite Series rookies of the Washington Football Team headed to Jordan. Champ is here. Cameron Brate of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers headed to Steve. And folks, while you're looking at this, if you're not in this break, we also have UFC available for 30% off. Always nice to go to the Foctagon and dive in. A little Kyler Murray variation of the Arizona Cardinals headed to Cynthia, followed by a little Chase Claypool. Then we got a Mr. Rashad Bateman. Rashad Bateman, rated rookie of the Baltimore Ravens. And then a Gridiron Kings, Justin Herbert of the Los Angeles Chargers going to Steve. Following that up with a Dominators, Julio Jones of the Atlanta Falcons headed to Ben. And then we have a 2001 throwback, Adrian Peterson of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley. Until the end. We go with the Raiders. A little back-to-back tight end action right there. And then we're going to have a little Christian McCaffrey variation of the Panthers going to Ben. A little Terry Bradshaw right there of the Steelers, followed by a Pete Werner rated rookie of the New Orleans Saints going to Gavin. Then we have Teddy Bridgewater of the Carolina Panthers, a Elite Series rookies, Davis Mills of the Houston Texans going to Jordan, and then Alan Faneca of the New York Jets headed to Ben. Like Adrian Peterson or the Associated Press? Myles Garrett to get things started. Little Aaron Rodgers throwback. Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay, or not throwback, variation of the Packers headed to Tyler. Benny Roethlisberger of the Saints. Then we have Trey Sermon of the San Francisco 49ers with that rated rookie right there. A little red press proof of Christian Barmore of the New England Patriots. Jason Sanders, Action All-Pro of the Miami Dolphins. And an Ozzie Newsome throwback of the Cleveland Browns. Yeah, it's like Vikings fans are spoiled. Little Justin Herbert with that photo variation of the Chargers headed to Steve. Then we got Aaron Jones base, Jalen Phillips rated rookie of the Miami Dolphins. A little portraits, Mac Diddley Jones headed to Cynthia of the New England Patriots. Then we have Jerome Bettis with that Legends series of the Los Angeles Rams. I honestly didn't realize that he was a that was not numbered. That Jerome Bettis was a Ram ever, to be honest. And then a Super Bowl MVP, Tommy Brady. Tre'Davious White of the Bills to get things started. Little Jalen Ramsey throw right there. Followed by a Tyrann Mathieu of the Chiefs. Then we have Carlos Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills with that rated rookie. And then a red press proof, a little red press proof parallel of the New Orleans Saints headed to Gavin. That's Jameis Winston. Dominators, Jared Goff of the Detroit Lions going to Gavin as well. And then a 2001 Marcus Allen throwback of the Raiders going to Cynthia. Debo to get started. Christian McCaffrey right there. And that's going to be one of those variations. That's pretty cool. No name right there of the Panthers. A little Josh Allen photo variation. And I wonder if these mask cards in like 10, 15, 20 years are going to be worth something. Those variations with the mask on them. Then we have Kylan Granison of the Indianapolis Colts headed to Cynthia. A little Tariq Cohen with that silver press proof out of 100 of the Chicago Bears going to Lucas. Dom Action All-Pros Bobby Wagner of the Seahawks to Harry. And then a little Randy Moss throwback of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley. Have you seen any of those Mac Jones portraits up for auction? Lamar Jackson of the Ravens, Justin Jefferson of the Vikings, Ryan Tannehill, Barry Sanders, Larry Fitzgerald variation right there of the Arizona Cardinals headed to Cynthia. Tommy Brady. Then we have Kadarius Toney rated rookie of the New York Giants headed to RJ. Followed by another, this is a no name of the Baltimore Ravens. I want to say that's Owe Dafe Owe, and it is. And that is headed to Harry. Good guess, Saute right there. Sorry, talking third person. I'm going crazy with these cards. Brian Urlacher with the Legends series, followed by a retro series. Randy Moss of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley as well. And we're about halfway through this break. Jacoby Myers. Well, no-name Romeo Owera. Another one. Those might not be no-names. Those might just be like poorly printed cards, actually. The Emmitt Smith of the Cowboys right there. And TJ Watt of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then Mr. CEO, it is a Trevor Lawrence rated rookie right there. Well, Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And that is to Mr. CEO. Out of 500, we have a David Montgomery of the Chicago Bears headed to Lucas. A Dominators, Michael Thomas of the Saints going to Gavin. And then a throwback, Steve Young of the 49ers. And that is going to Steve. I think like some of them are cool. Thank you. And folks, missed this earlier. Little aqueous test, Teddy Bridgewater of the Carolina Panthers. And that is going to Ben. I don't know why putting aqueous test on the back of a card makes it cool. Darius Slayton. Little Joey Montana with that photo variation of the 49ers to Steve, followed by a little rated rookie Demetric Felton. And then it's going to be Mr. Tommy Brady with his 378th career touchdown pass of the New England Patriots, headed to Cynthia. Then we have a Portraits Kadarius Toney of the New York Giants. Portraits Kadarius Toney of the New York Giants, headed to RJ, followed by an Elite Series rookies. That's Mr. Jalen Waddle, the Miami Vikings, headed to Ben. Followed by the champ is here, Levante David of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, headed to Steve. There sure is downtowns in this. Little Tyreek Hill with that photo variation of the Chiefs, headed to Harry, followed by Devontae Adams. Then we have a little Alex Leatherwood, an offensive tackle of the Raiders, to Cynthia, followed by a red press-proof Evan Ingram of the New York Giants, and that is going to be going to RJ. Followed up by the rookies, Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos to Bobby. And then the 2001 throwback Joe Namath of the New York Jets, heading to Ben. Yeah, I'd get pretty worked up about any of those. The Marvels, too. That'd be a very cool day. Wow, lots of bases right there. Well, it seems like an extra big pack right there. Tyson Hill with that variation of the Saints, Laviska Shenault. Then we have Zaven Collins of the Cardinals, headed to Cynthia. 50 out of 50 gold press proof of the Denver Broncos, headed to Bobby. Right there. Then a Jonathan Taylor Power Formulas of the Indianapolis Colts. And that is headed to Cynthia, followed by a Ronald Jones highlights of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, going to Steve. Randy Moss. Well, more than a feeling, it's Adam Thielen going to Haley. A little Kelvin Joseph rated rookie, followed by a red press proof John Elway, a Dominators DJ Chark DJ Chark DJ Chark of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and then a 2001 throwback Peyton Manning of the Indianapolis Colts, and that is going to be heading to Cynthia. 4 packs left. Real little Russell Wilson photo variation of the Seahawks, going to Harry. Another rated rookie, Zach Wilson of the New York Jets, going to Ben. I think that's the first Zachy Wilson of the day. And now we've got all the QBs. An all-time Gridiron Kings, Brian Urlacher of the Chicago Bears, going to Lucas. The Chase Claypool Elite Series of the Steelers, headed to Ben, followed by Leonard Fournette of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Jonathan, we are running a tad behind right now. That's looking like it will go at 11 p.m. We're about 30 minutes behind. There was a bunch of unsold eBays in the first round. We had to auction off a bunch, or eBays that people didn't pay for. My apologies on that. You can always check the schedule right underneath my face, and that will tell you the upcoming breaks and the time. Here we go. It is a Studio Series Dak Prescott out of 349. Little Jersey Kings. In the meantime, you are getting to see some Donruss football on its release date. We got 3 packs left, which means that auto is a coming. Little George Kittle photo variation right there of the San Francisco 49ers going to Steve. Followed by Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons going to Ben as well. And then we're going to have the Mo Alley Cox, the gold press proof die cut. Mo Alley Cox of the Indianapolis Colts. And that is headed to Cynthia. And then boom goes the dynamite. The rookies edition of Mr. Trevor Lawrence. And you know what that means. That means we are getting the Saute sizzle sticker. Sizzle, 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 sizzle to Mr. CEO. And then the 2001 throwback Luke Kuechly of the Carolina Panthers to Ben. And 2 packs left in this break. I honestly, I forgot how I said it right there.
Sizzle, 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 sizzle.
I think I went high pitched first. I'll try to remember it.
I don't remember that well, sorry.
That is how tired and exhausted my brain is from these Donruss breaks. Little Dak Prescott right there. Then we have an Amir Smith Marset rated rookie, followed by a Javian Hawkins, that purple rated rookie out of 500. Then we got Mr. Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers, the rookie edition, going to Ben. And then Barry Sanders, 2001 throwback of the Detroit Lions, going to Gavin. 1 pack left in this break. Perfect. Little DeAndre Swift photo variation. It definitely feels like one of those packs was way bigger and then maybe a couple smaller packs. How long? Javon Holland. That's a disappointing auto coming up. Javon Holland of the Miami Dolphins headed to Ben. Followed by a portrait, Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos going to Bobby. A Justin Fields Elite Series Rookies. That also has to get the sizzle sticker. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Wow, I'm losing my mind here. That wasn't how I did it the first time. I'm gonna have to go rewatch that. And that is of the Chicago Bears going to Lucas. Right there. Following that up with a Retro Series Jim Kelly to end it all. Not true. We have the auto, and it is a signature Marks Anthony McFarland out of 50 of the Pittsburgh Steelers headed to Ben. All right, let's run down these rooks. Javonte Williams of the Broncos portrait, Javon Holland of the Dolphins, the rookies, Terrace Marshall Jr., the Javian Hawkins out of 500, Amir Smith Marset of the Vikings, Javian Hawkins of the Falcons, Calvin Johns of the Cowboys, Zaven Collins of the Cardinals, the rookies, Javonte Williams of the Broncos, Alex Leatherwood of the Raiders, Elite Series rookies, Jalen Waddle of the Dolphins, the portrait, Kadarius Toney of the Giants, Demetric Fulton of the Browns, the no-name Odafe Owe of the Baltimore Ravens, Kadarius Toney of the Giants, Kylan Granderson of the Colts, Carlos Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills, Jalen Phillips of the Miami Dolphins, the red press-proof Christian Barmore of the Patriots, Trey Sermon of the 49ers, Elite Series rookies Davis Mills of the Texans, Pete Werner of the Saints, Rashad Bateman of the Ravens, Elite Series rookies Dwame Brown of the Vikings, Elijah Moore of the Jets Gridiron Kings, Frank Darby of the Falcons, Rashad Bateman out of 100 for the Baltimore Ravens, and Ian Book of the New Orleans Saints. And we have one more sizzle sticker to add. And that's going on this Mac Jones portraits right there. And I may not be as generous with mags as prices regulate in the market. It will all really depend on what we see in the market going forward once there's a few more of these cards out there. Alrighty. Let's run these down. Some numbered. We have the Philip Lindsay Gold Press Proof out of 50 and the Mo Alley Cox Press Proof out of 25 die cut. Mo Alley Cox is going to Cynthia. Philip Lindsay of the Texans headed to Jordan. Followed up by 2 rookie QB bases. Zach Wilson of the New York Jets to Ben. Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars to Mr. CEO. And then we have our memorabilia. We have Dak Prescott of the Cowboys and Anthony McFarland Jr. of the Steelers. Anthony McFarland Jr. out of 50 going to Ben. Dak Prescott out of 349 of the Cowboys heading to Gabby. And then here it comes. Here we go. Mac Jones portraits. Elite Series rookie Justin Fields and the rookies Trevor Lawrence. Boom, shakalaka right there. Alrighty, folks, and with that, we are done with break 1353. We will be right back with some certified football, and then we will get right on to that absolute baseball break. Here we go. We're ready for some certified. You know what? But before that, I feel like we haven't done a break in a while, or a giveaway in a while, because we've been behind. But you know what? There's no speeding it up at this time. So might as well stick to our guns and do our giveaways. And here we go. The next show keyword giveaway. This is a new show. Competition. Nate, I apologize. We're a tad behind, so the absolute baseball should break right at 11 o'clock, which means that Prism Baseball will break right after that, so probably 11:10ish. Got a little behind today. Usually we're ahead of schedule, John.
Yeah.
Well, it happens to the best of us, but no correct guesses at this point. Show giveaway guessing has ended. And with that, we are starting break 1330, the 2001 Certified Football One Box Pick Your Team. No worries, Ross. We will be dropping more and more giveaway keyword clues in the chat throughout the evening. Saquon Barkley of the Giants, a little Chris Evans, a rookie out of 199 of the Cincinnati Bengals, headed to Jordan, followed up by Travis Kelce Stars of the Kansas City Chiefs. Then we got Mr. Keenan Allen of the Chargers. And Myles Gaskin, Myles Gaskin of the Miami Dolphins. Break 1299 will be at 11:35. For all the new members of BreakTraders community joining us tonight, you can always see the break schedule right underneath my face. We are running just a tad behind. T. Higgins of the Bengals, and we're going to have that Jared Goff out of 199 of the Detroit Lions headed to Gavin. Followed up by a Stars, Dak Prescott out of 249 of the Dallas Cowboys headed to Gabby. Oops, wrong break, on the wrong break. That Dallas Cowboys headed to Ross. The one before that, Jared Goff of the Lions going to David. And then we have Christian McCaffrey of the Panthers and Cortland Sutton of the Broncos. It is, Seashell, it is 10:51 p.m. We are in Rochester, New York, so the Eastern time zone. Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings. And then we're going to have a redemption as one of our hits right here. And then a gold team, Jonathan Taylor of the Colts headed to Lucas. Followed up by George Kittle of the 49ers and Zeke Elliott of the Cowboys. And here we go. Our redemption is going to be a freshman Fabrics Mirror Signatures, Kyle Pitts. Great hit right there going to Frank. Frank the Tank. Getting some Kyle Pitts action. Carson Wentz of the Colts. Followed by a James Robinson graffiti of the Jacksonville Jaguars headed over to Mr. CEO. Then we have a little Sammy Darnold of the Panthers and Josh Allen of the Jaguars. And here we go. Our memorabilia hit right there is going to be a Certified Gamers Devontae Parker out of 249 of the Miami Dolphins. And that is going to Cynthia. Rob Gronkowski of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, followed by a Kellen Mond RC out of 149 of the Minnesota Vikings going to Ian. Then we have a little Delvin Cook Dark Horse, also of the Vikings, headed to Ian as well. Then we have J.J. Watt of the Cardinals and Justin Herbert of the Chargers. And I gotta say, I really got a bone to pick with these, with Panini for their Dark Horse series. Like, why none of them are dark horses to win those awards? Like, they're the favorites. Darren Waller of the Raiders, followed by a little Tylan Wallace RC out of 399 of the Ravens, headed to Robert. We have a filler right there. And then we're going to have a Alvin Kamara seal of approval of the New Orleans Saints, headed right there, followed up by Jonnu Smith of the Patriots and David Montgomery of the Bears. Alrighty, so we will mag that redemption for sure, because we like to give you the mag that you can use when you get it. Devin Singletary of the Bills, Terry McLaurin of the Washington Football Team, a little Delvin Cook Stars out of 75 going to Ian Vikes. Then we have Chase Claypool of the Steelers and Robbie Anderson of the Cardinals. 3 packs left here. Odell Beckham of the Browns. Little Sammy Darnold out of 299 of the Carolina Panthers headed to Lucas. Then we have a Stars, Saquon Barkley of the New York Giants going to Cynthia, followed up by Derrick Henry of the Titans and Aaron Donald of the Rams. Travis Kelce of the Chiefs, followed by a little gold team, Tommy Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Ramon. And then we have a little Dak Prescott of the Cowboys and Julio Jones of the Falcons. And then our memorabilia is going to be a little Pieces of the Game, Josh Kelly of the Chargers out of 249. Tyler Lockett, and then it's going to be a 9 out of 10 Hunter Long auto. 9 out of 10 Mr. Hunter Long of the Miami Dolphins, and due to the rarity, 9 out of 10, and the rookie, that'll get a mag and a sizzle sticker. Then the graffiti, CD Lamb of the Dallas Cowboys headed to Ross, following that up with James Robinson of the Jags and Kyler Murray of the Cardinals. Alrighty, let's run this breakdown. Tylan Wallace out of 399 of the Baltimore Ravens. Kellen Mond out of 149 of the Minnesota Vikings. And Chris Evans out of 199 of the Cincinnati Bengals. And here we go. First, we've got two patches. We have the Chargers, Joshua Kelly out of 249, and that is going to be headed to Lucas. And then we have Devontae Parker, also out of 249, certified gamers of the Miami Dolphins, and that is going to be heading to Cynthia. Nice hit right there for Cynthia. And then up next, we have not one, but two sizzle stickers. And that is going to be the rookie 9 out of 10 auto Hunter Long of the Miami Dolphins due to the rarity. And then we have the freshman fabrics mirror signatures Kyle Pitts due to the value. And we may not send that one in the mags, but we definitely need to keep it in a mag to be able to hit the Saute Sizzle report on Friday nights. And with that, we are done with break 1330. Done with break 1330. And we are going to dive into BT Park here in a second. Alrighty, we are back from BT Park and getting ready for this absolute baseball break, and we are ready to go here. Wow, we got a lot of breaks with just a few spots left. Also, we have 10 spots left in our baseball and basketball pick your team breaks that are upcoming here. Feel free to go steal them. Go steal those spots for 30% off using the promo code in the chat. There's a Seattle Mariners in the chat right now. Oh, it appears that they have been sold, so we are good right there. Oh, those are awaiting payment, so they won't happen. But those Revolution Hobby spots will be there. And here we go. This is break 1297. The Absolute Baseball one box break. Vladimir Guerrero of the Blue Jays headed to Sean. Gil Hodges of the Los Angeles Dodgers headed to Sean as well. Followed by Jacob deGrom of the New York Mets headed to Sean. Then we have Bryce Harper of the Phillies going to Sean. And a little Cal Ripken Jr. out of 199 of the Baltimore Orioles headed to Harry. Then we're going to have the Extreme Team, Trey Turner of the Washington Nationals. And that is going to be going to Chris, followed by a Sean, not Justin, Bieber of the Cleveland Guardians. That's a little statistically speaking, headed to Cynthia. And then a rookie class, Andres Jimenez out of 99 of the Cleveland Guardians, also headed to Cynthia. And now on to our first memorabilia. And it is going to be a Tools of the Trade, Mr. Jake Bowers of the Cleveland Guardians. And that one is headed to Cynthia. And then our last hit in this one is going to be a out of 50, and that is 50 out of 50. Brady Singer with the rookie signatures of the Kansas City Royals headed to Sean. On to the second box in this Absolute, the second mini. Yogi Berra. Yogi Berra of the Yankees headed to Sean. Kyle Lewis of the Mariners going to Chris. Jose Abreu of the Chicago White Sox headed to Samuel. Dansby Swanson of the Atlanta Braves going to Anthony. Then we have a Max Fried of the Braves going to Anthony as well. And then we have Charlie Blackmon out of 199 of the Colorado Rockies going to Shannon. Fernando Tatis Jr. of the San Diego Padres going to Ned right there. And then we have Corey Seager out of 149 of the Los Angeles Angels heading to Sean. And now on to our hits. We have the Kansas City Royals rookies auto going to Sean out of 60, Edward Olivares. Nice signature there. And the last hit in this one, going to be a Tools of the Trade, Brandon Belt of the San Francisco Giants, headed to Steven. No number right there. Brandon Belt of the Giants headed to Steven. And now we will run this breakdown. And before we get into that rundown, thank you to all the new members of the BreakTraders community who joined us in this break. We have Dennis, Charles, Ned, and Steven. Thank you for joining us this evening. Corey Seager out of 149 of the Angels. Fernando Tatis, Extreme Team of the Padres. Charlie Blackmon out of 199 of the Rockies. Shane Bieber, statistically speaking, of the Guardians. Trey Turner of the Nationals Extreme Team. And Cal Ripken out of 199 of the Orioles. And then our rookie class out of 99, Andres Jimenez of the Guardians. And now on to our featured cards. First, we have two tools of the trade. We have Brandon Belt of the Giants and Jake Bauer of the Guardians. Jake Bowers of the Guardians going to Cynthia, and Brandon Belt of the Giants headed to Steven. And then our rookie autos out of 60, Edward Olivares, and out of 50, it is Mr. Brady Singer. Brady Singer of the Kansas City Royals going to Sean, and then we have Edward Olivares of the Kansas City Royals going to Sean as well. %. That's the name now. Granted, I really called them Cleveland Baseball Team before that. But that is the end of the Absolute Hobby One Box 1297. We will be back in 5 minutes with some Prism Baseball. Prism Baseball in 5 minutes.
That's the first time.
We are back. Brett was talking about on our BreakTraders website where new customers can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first break with BreakTraders. That certified break, Dustin, will be right after this one. We're just a tad behind this evening. I apologize about the delay. Looks like we closed another Donruss football break right there. A little pick your team, which means we have one more Donruss football pick your division with 2 spots left. And if that closes, that'll probably be the last break of the evening. Alrighty. Before we get into this Prism, we do have one team to auction off. That's going to be the Seattle Mariners. We're going to start the bidding for them at $5 in increments of $1. If you win, we'll put a link to PayPal in the chat. The code is NEWBT. That'll give you 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. And it should be linked in the chat. $10 for Sean right off the bat.
Should have Dustin was there ahead. There he is, eh?
Harry with 11, I believe. Harry with 11 and Chris with 12. Seashell Track with 12. All right, we're going to start a 30-second countdown. For those of you that are new to BreakTraders, how this works is we start a countdown. Sean was first with 15, got that in right before Jax. How it works for our countdowns is if there's any bids in the 30-second window, what will happen is we will then do a 15-second runoff after that. We have to go a full 15 seconds without bids for there to be a winner. 30 seconds on the clock. The high bid is Jax with 17. On the auctions, just the bid. And also, when you purchase breaks at BreakTraders.com, so Jax, you know what to do, the link's in the chat. When you purchase breaks at BreakTraders.com, we free shipping right there. Free shipping. The promo code is NEWBT for 20% off your first break at BreakTraders.com. If you're trying to get one of those Donruss football that are later this evening, or that are still available, you can take 30% off with the code in the chat as well. There's 2 pick your division spots available right there. While Jax is sending that money, folks, we have a bunch of new members of the BT community in this break. Thank you for being with us, Kyle, Charles, Brad, Lucas, Jeff, and Kyle. Well, I already said Kyle. So what we're doing here is part of our show keyword giveaway. This portion of it is just type the keyword in the chat and we will randomize it right before this Prism break. So there we go. Type competition in the chat. Hey, John. Type competition in the chat. All right, John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Trent Arrington.
And they are getting a 2019 Donruss. 2019 Donruss. Blaster pack right here. And Trent, there will be some instructions in the chat for you here shortly. Little Daniil Hunter of the Vikings, Chris Jones of the Chiefs, Drew Bledsoe of the Patriots, little Drew Brees of the Saints, Xavier Howard of the Dolphins, John Brown of the Bills, I miss him, miss Smoke, and Nick Mullins of the 49ers, and a Drew Sample of the Donruss 29 RC of the Bengals. And with that, here we go. This is break 1298, the 2021 Prism Baseball One Box Pick Your Team. All right, Taylor Trammell of the Seattle Mariners headed to Jax. Sixto Sanchez of the Miami Marlins heading to Sean. Little Jose Barrios of the Twins. Ivan Rodriguez of the Rangers. Alex Kirilloff, RC of the Minnesota Twins going to Seashell. Welcome to BreakTraders Seashell. Walker Buehler of the Dodgers. Johan Ovidio of the St. Louis Cardinals going to Nate. Then we got Jose Abreu of the Chicago White Sox. Little Ketel Marte of the Arizona Diamondbacks going to Sean with that Fearless. Then we got the Red Mojo Dane Dunning of the Texas Rangers heading to Kyle. And that is going to be 101 out of 149. Or that might be the Red Wave, sorry. And then a Red Christian Pache of the Atlanta Braves going to Edward. Right there. And then we have a Stargazing Bryce Harper of the Philadelphia Phillies. Alan Bregman of the Astros, a little Wyatt Matheson of the Arizona Diamondbacks RC, followed by Ketel Marte of the Diamondbacks, Yerman Mercedes of the Chicago White Sox RC, followed by Tyler Stevenson of the Cincinnati Reds RC, Mickey Moyniak RC of the Philadelphia Phillies, followed by a little Jesus Sanchez of the Miami Marlins RC, and Dean Kremer of the Baltimore Orioles RC. Wow, we are rocking and rolling with rooks in this one. An Illumination, Freddie Freeman of the Atlanta Braves. And then we're going to have the Vlad Guerrero out of 199 Illumination of the Toronto Blue Jays. And then a Keegan Akin Red RC of the Baltimore Orioles going to Kyle. Then we have Francisco Lindor Fireworks with the New York Mets right there. Awesome, Trent. Thanks for letting us know. John, you got that info right there? Perfect. Adonis Medina, RC of the Phillies. Keegan Akin of the Baltimore Orioles right there. Then we have a little Timmy Anderson of the Chicago White Sox. Anthony Rizzo of the Cubs. And Estevan Florial, RC of the Yanks, followed by Nick Madrigal of the Chicago White Sox. Kohei Arihara of the Texas Rangers, followed by a little Travis Blakenhorn of the Minnesota Twins, Travis Blakenhorn of the Minnesota Twins. And then we have Seth Romeo of the Washington Nationals to Mr. CEO, followed by Buster Posey, Illumination of the San Francisco Giants, going to Cynthia. And then a blue Kyle Lewis of the Seattle Mariners, followed by a little Joey Bart rookie class of the Giants, headed to Cynthia. And we're about a quarter of the way into this break. An Isaac Paredes RC of the Detroit Tigers, followed by Randy Arizona of the Tampa Bay Bucks, Craig Biggio of the Houston Astros, Jonathan Stever RC of the Chicago White Sox, Jose Altuve of the Astros, a little Jazz Chisholm of the Miami Marlins. Then we have Albert Abreu of the New York Mets. New York Mets going to Sean, right, or New York Yankees, right there. A Will Craig RC of the Pirates. Chris Bryant, Fearless Chicago. And then, a nice little Manny Machado snakeskin out of 50 of the San Diego Padres, headed to Sean. Yeah, 889 finally filled. And then a Nolan Arenado of the St. Louis Cardinals going to Nate. Fearless right there, followed by a rookie class Hyesung Kim of the San Diego Padres going to Sean. Yeah, Harry, I ran a pretty aggressive discount in Discord yesterday, which leads me to let you all folks know we do have a great BreakTraders Discord that you can go to chat cards and do things of that nature. And we occasionally offer some wild discounts. Awesome. Followed by Garrett Crochet of the Chicago White Sox. Then we have Chris Bryant of the Cubs, followed by Andy Young of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Andy Young of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Ken Griffey Jr. of the Seattle Mariners, followed by Cal Ripken of the Baltimore Orioles. Javier Baez of the Cubs. Miguel Yajur of the Pittsburgh Pirate. Then we have Yordan Alvarez of the Astros. Dylan Carlson, Fearless RC of the St. Louis Cardinals. John, can you put our support at BreakTraders email in the chat? And Seashell, if you email me that, just forward me the order confirmation. I'll send you a refund for that discount. I apologize about that. Jonathan, you did miss the absolute break. You could scroll back maybe like 15 minutes and maybe 20 minutes and you'll be at it. Dylan Carlson, Fearless of the St. Louis Cardinals, headed to Nate. Then we got the silver Willie McCovey of the San Francisco Giants. And then a rookie class Casey Mize of the Detroit Tigers. And that one's going to be heading to Bradley. And here we go. Our first auto is going to be the rookie autographs. Kybert Ruiz of the Los Angeles Angels, headed to Lucas, out of 75. And if whatever breaks you bought into don't fill tonight, they will break when they're filled. If you bought through us through eBay, you're now onto our email list. So we send out a schedule every break day of filled breaks, and we do try to update our Instagram and things of that nature as well. Zach Plessick, followed by Rod Carew of the Los Angeles Angels, formerly the California Angels. Luis Garcia, RC of the Nationals. Isaiah Kenner Falafel of the Rangers. Santiago Espinal of the Blue Jays, RC. Followed by Starling Marte of the Miami. Giancarlo Stanton of the Yankees. Then we have an Edward Olivares of the Kansas City Royals going to Sean. Christian Yelich of the Milwaukee Brewers. An old school Harmon Killebrew. Followed by Zach Gallen, blue of the Arizona Diamondbacks. And that is going to Sean. Followed by an emergent Jason Dominguez of the New York Yankees going to Sean. And we are halfway through this break. Carlos Correa, Jim Tomei, a little Andrew I don't want no scrubs of the Houston Astros. Following up with a Braylon Marquez RC of the Chicago Cubs, Cody Bellinger of the Angels, followed Trent Grisham of the Padres, Kyle Lewis of the Mariners, Juan Soto of the Nationals, an Illumination, Randy Arozarena, followed by a Bobby Delback rookie autographs of the Boston Red Sox going to Seashell. And we have a silver Jorge Mateo RC of the San Diego Padres going to Sean, and a Sluggers of the New York Yankees, Dominic Smith, or the New York Mets, sorry, I misspoke. They're going to Sean. Sean with an EA. Big Bobby D. Larry Walker, followed by Zach McKinstry of the Los Angeles Angels, Luis Diaz of the Miami Marlins, Luis Campusano of the San Diego Padres, followed by Spencer Howard of the Philadelphia Phillies, Mike Soroka of the Atlanta Braves, Ryan Mountcastle of the Baltimore Orioles. Then we have George Brett of the Kansas City Royals, followed by Yadier Molina of the St. Louis Cardinals, a Fearless RC, Nate Pearson of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Sean, a blue Trent Grisham of the Padres, and a Gazing Stars Juan Soto of the Washington Nationals. We got 4 packs left. I bet she does too. Trey Turner, followed by a little Jared Kelenic RC. Then we have Austin Meadows of the Tampa Bay Rays, Dalton Jeffries of the Oakland Athletics, Mr. Sammy Sosa of the Chicago Cubs, Cody Whitley of the St. Louis Cardinals, followed by, you can see it right on the side, Bobby Delback of the Red Sox, Josh Hader of the Brewers, Sandy Koufax of the Dodgers, a little old school Ralph Kiner of the Pittsburgh Pirates headed to Sean. We have a little Gleyber Torres out of 99. Gleyber Torres out of 99, followed by a Vlad Guerrero Jr. red. And then we have Luis Garcia, rookie class of the Nationals. They're chatting about him right there in the chat. There seems like everyone is pretty thrilled with him. Well, Jonathan India RC of the Cincinnati Reds by Jesus Luzardo of the Oakland Athletics, Jeff Bagwell of the Astros, Kyle Hendricks of the Cubs, Monte Harrison of the Miami Marlins going to Sean, Jose Marmolos of the Seattle Mariners heading to Jax the Ripper, followed by Anthony Santander, Chipper Jones, little old school Babe Ruth, and then we're going to have boom, oh, crap, sorry about that. Boom, boom, boom. It is Luis Garcia, RC of the Washington Nationals to Mr. CEO. Followed by a silver Anthony Rizzo and a Sluggers Will Myers. Thank you very much. Trevor Larnach, RC of the Twins. Frank Thomas of the White Sox. Pavin Smith of the Arizona Diamondbacks, followed by Jorge Guzman of the Miami Marlins. Edward Kalina of the Minnesota Twins. Luis Patino of the Tampa Bay Rays. Right there. Followed by Aaron Nola of the Phillies, William Contreras of the Atlanta Braves RC headed to Edward, Kwang Hun Kim of the St. Louis Cardinals, a Whit Merrifield Fearless of the Kansas City Royals to Sean. Then we have Ronald Acuna Jr. of the Braves and a championship stage Jake Arrieta of the Chicago Cubs. Anderson Tejada, RC of the Rangers. Rafael Devers of the Red Sox. Tristan McKenzie of the Guardians. Ian Anderson of the Atlanta Braves. Luis Gonzalez of the Chicago White Sox, followed by Braxton Garrett of the Miami Marlins, RC. Then we have Hyesung Kim of the San Diego Padres, RC right there, followed by Aristides Aquino of the Cincinnati Reds and Aaron Judge stained glass. And then we're going to have the Blue Donuts, Jack Flaherty out of 35 of the St. Louis Cardinals, going to Nate. Following that up with a red Adonis Medina, RC of the Phillies, and Lumber Inc., Pete Alonso of the New York Mets, going to Sean. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down. The red Adonis Medina of the Phillies, Luis Garcia rookie class, the Nate Pearson of the Toronto Blue Jays, RC, Jorge Mateo Silver of the Padres, Jason Dominguez of the New York Yankees, Casey Mize rookie class, RC right there, followed by a fearless Dylan Carlson of the St. Louis Cardinals, Hyesung Kim rookie class of the Padres, Joey Bart rookie class of the Giants, Keegan Aitken of the Baltimore Orioles, Christian Pache of the Atlanta Braves, and the Dane Dunning out of 149 RC of the Texas Rangers. And here we go. Let's run down our hits. We have the out of 50 Manny Machado Snakeskin and the out of 35 Blue Donut Circles Jack Flaherty of the Cardinals. The Cardinals are owned by Nate, and the Manny Machado of the Padres headed to Sean. And here we go, our rookie autos. The Bobby Dalbec of the Red Sox, Luis Garcia of the Nationals, and the out of 75 Kyber Ruiz of the Dodgers. The Dodgers going to Jeff. Welcome to BreakTraders, Jeff. Luis Garcia of the Nationals headed to Mr. CEO. And Bobby Dalbec of the Boston Red Sox going to Charles. Alrighty, and that is the end of break 1298. We'll be right back with some certified football from BT Field. Some certified football, and we've got quite a few teams to auction off in this one. And we're going to do them in 3 packs because I'm feeling generous. 2 3-packs and then 1 single team. All right, it's going to be the Ravens, the Broncos, and the Packers. We'll start the bidding at $10 in increments of $1. Awesome. Really appreciate that, Seashell and Dustin. Would love to see you continue with us on with more and more breaks. And Sean comes out swinging with $20. 22 from Harry Hood, our resident fish fan. Do we have 23? We do, from Seashell. 25 from Sean. 25 from Sean came in right before my favorite director, James Cameron. 28 from Brett Kaplan. 29 from Seashell. Our 33 from Mr. CEO. Do we have anything higher than 33, or is it time to start the countdown? For those of you that are new to BreakTraders, 40 from James Cameron, who is new to BreakTraders. You pay via PayPal right after the live auction, and 2, right now we'll start the 30-second countdown. Any bids in that first 30-second window will trigger a 15-second runoff window. Any bids in that 15-second will trigger another runoff, and so on and so forth until we go 15 seconds without a bid. 30 seconds on the clock. $41 from Seashell, which means we'll have 15 seconds on the clock. Alrighty. Looks like, did James get that in? James did get it in. Another 15 seconds on the clock. Sorry, I just had to wait for it to upload. And James gets it for $45. James, you can pay via PayPal in the link in the chat. Alrighty, our next 3-pack before we go on to the individual one is going to be the Texans, the Colts, and the Raiders. Bidding for them will begin at $10 in increments of $1. $16 from Seashell. $16 from She-Cell. We'll start the 30-second countdown. 20 from Sean. 20 from Sean. 30 seconds on the clock. You know how it works, folks. $21 from Seashell, which means we'll have a 15-second countdown. 22 from Sean. 15 seconds on the clock. $23 from C-Cell, which means another 25 from Sean. 15 seconds back on the clock. Seashell is out, which means Sean's most likely going to take them unless we have someone else interested here. And we do not. So there we go. The countdown is complete. And Sean, you get them. Please complete payment in via the link in the chat. I think so, Harry. And then our single team tonight, going to be starting at $10 in increments of $1. And that's going to be the Pittsburgh Steelers. $20 the current high bid. $20 the current high bid for the Steelers. $22 the current high bid. Mr. CEO just came to say hello. $25 from T-Man, just quickly surpassing Brendan's $24. Do we have 26? 30 from Mr. CEO. 29 from Brett. A little late on that one, Brett. You would have had the lead for about a half a second. 30 from Mr. CEO. Do we have 35? All right, we're going to start the 30-second countdown, and y'all know how it works. $33 from T-Man, which means we'll be starting a 15-second. Pat Freiermuth, very underrated card too. I think he's going to have a breakout year. Those Notre Dame tight ends are sick. And especially, wait 2 years? Michael Mayer comes out in 2 more years? Holy hell, is he going to dominate. 34 from Mr. CEO, meaning 15 seconds back on the clock. Alrighty, Mr. CEO takes it. All right, folks, get your payments in via the PayPal link in the chat so that we can get this break started. And we will do our next keyword clue, right, John?
Sure.
The keyword is move. Wanna roll my wind? Nope, that is the wrong song. And it's football, which means we're going hunting, and the safari hat is back on. Brett, I'm pretty sure that's a song. Hilarious, Brett. Amazing race, how sweet the show. Alrighty, show giveaway is ended, which means we'll be able to randomize and move after this. And here we go. This is break 1299, the 2021 certified one box pick your team. And I just want to shout out a lot of new members to the BT community joining this one. Thank you, James, Dustin, Lori, Keegan, Rudy, and Jason for joining us tonight. New members at BreakTraders can get 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders, and that with promo code NEWBT. Now let's rip. No, move is just a keyword to give you like a hint towards what it's about. Miles Sanders of the Eagles. Jalen Hurts out of 299, also of the Eagles, going to Ryan. Ryan also new here to BreakTraders. Thanks for joining us. Followed by a Brandon Ayuk graffiti out of 149 of the San Francisco 49ers, going to Jason. Then we have Mr. Jerry Jeudy of the Broncos and Jimmy Garoppolo of the 49ers. Alvin Kamara of the Saints, and we're going to have a memorabilia on this one. Followed by a Miles Sanders graffiti of the Eagles headed to Ryan. And then we have Amari Cooper of the Cowboys and LaMichael Perine of the New York Jets. And here we go. It is going to be a rookie patch auto, Michael Carter, with the 3 color sneaking in there right at the bottom, out of 499 of the New York Jets, headed to James. Tyreek Hill of the Kansas City Chiefs. Followed by a dark horse, Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans. Jeff Okudah of the Detroit Lions. And Matt Stafford of the Rams. And here we go. Pieces of the game out of 99, Marquez Valdez-Scantling of the Green Bay Packers, headed to James. DK Metcalf of the Seattle Seahawks, followed by a blue out of 75, Elijah Vera Tucker of the New York Jets, headed to James. A seal of approval, Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers, going to James. And then we have Austin Eckler of the Chargers and Cam Newton of the Patriots, aka of the free agent pool now. Yeah, thank you to everyone joining us for BT Late Night. Daniel Jones of the Giants, followed by Shai Smith of the Carolina Panthers right there, and that is headed to Dustin. Then we have a filler card in there, a Stars Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans, going to Joshua, followed by Roquan Smith of the Bears and Ben Roethlisberger of the Steelers. J.K. Dobbins of the Ravens, Aaron Rodgers of the Packers, a little gold team, Tyreek Hill out of 199 of the Kansas City Chiefs, going to Keegan, followed by Christian McCaffrey of the Panthers and Cortland Sutton of the Broncos. David Johnson of the Texans, followed by a Penei Sewell out of 50 RC of the Detroit Lions, going to Lori. Then we've got a little gold team, Delvin Cook of the Minnesota Vikings. Gold team, Delvin Cook of the Minnesota Vikings, going to Haley, followed by George Kittle of the 49ers and Zeke Elliott of the Cowboys. And 1302 is closed. Mike Evans of the Buccaneers, followed by a DK Metcalf graffiti of the Seahawks right there. Then we got Sammy Darnold of the Panthers and Josh Allen of the Jaguars. Oh, I don't think you mean 1302, T-Man. I think you mean, oh, get it. I know what you're saying there. You took the last available team. And here we go. Our next memorabilia is going to be another Pick Packers pieces of the game out of 99. That's A.J. Dillon, and that is headed to James. James getting 2 pieces of the game, 1 white, 1 yellow. Patty Mahomes of the Chiefs, and then we go a Drew Sample mirror signatures out of 75 of the Cincinnati Bengals, going to Dustin. Found that up. We have a Saquon Dark Horses of the Giants headed to Pete. Then we have Mr. J.J. Watt of the Cardinals and Justin Herbert of the Chargers. Stephon Diggs of the Bills, followed by a little John Bates out of 199 of the Washington football team, going to Rudy. Then we have a seal of approval, Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills, going to James, followed up by Jonnu Smith of the Patriots and David Montgomery of the Bears. Alrighty, let's run down some of these rooks and then run down our hits. John Bates out of 149 of the Washington football team headed to Rudy. Penei Sewell out of 50 of the Detroit Lions headed to Lori. Shi Smith out of 399 of the Carolina Panthers. Going to Dustin, followed by out of 75 Elijah Vera Tucker of the New York Jets, going to James. And now on to our featured cards. We have the dual Packers pieces of the games, Marquez Valdez-Scantling and A.J. Dillon out of 99. Both of those are heading over to James, followed by a mirror signatures, Drew Sample out of 75 of the Bengals, going to Dustin. And then to end it, we have the Michael Carter rookie patch auto out of 499 of the New York Jets, going to James Stuff Guy 415. And with that, we are done with break 1299. We will be right back with break 1300. Holy hell, John.
Wow.
We're crushing it. 1300. Wow. I mean, I think when I started, we were in the 4s. So, alrighty. We will see you in just a second. Alrighty. We've got 5 teams to auction off. We're going to auction off a 3-pack first that consists the Ravens, the Bills, and the Seahawks. Bidding for that will begin at $10, and it will be in increments of $1. I'm pretty sure we lost like $10,000 on that National Treasures case break that you're talking about, Brett. The first break. I had no idea what they were doing. That's why we've stopped doing like bigger breaks on eBay. Like I did 3 breaks that were like 3-team mixers, and we lost so much money. So now only single boxes on eBay. Do we have $10? This is Panini Chronicles. Panini Chronicles draft picks. Do we have $10? $11 from Brendan. Do we have 12? $15 from James. These were awaiting payment. Awaiting payment. $15 from James. We'll start the 30-second timer right now. Any bids in that will trigger a 15-second timer at the end.
These are built.
Next break up, Pavel. Sorry, we're just a tad behind schedule tonight. All right, James, you know what to do. You're a wily veteran. Drop it in the chat, or drop the payment in the chat right there. You got them for $15. The next team we're gonna do is the New York Jets. Mac. Nope. Bidding will begin for the Jets at $10, and it will be in increments of $5. $15 from Harry. $20 from T-Man. $25 from Brett Diddley Brat. You know, we pulled that like $700 or $7,500 Trevor Lawrence out of this bad boy before. So maybe we can do the same with a Zach Wilson. Brendan with 30. Do we have 35? Do we have 35 to stay alive? All right, we're going to start the countdown. 30 seconds on the timer. Any bids will trigger a 15-second timer. Brett, unfortunately, they are in increments of $5. Alrighty, Brendan takes them for $30. Not a bad. Oop, hit the wrong button, but that's still valid. But Brendan, great hit right there. Alrighty, our next team. Our next team is going to be the Jacksonville Jaguars. The bidding for them will also begin at $10 and also increase in increments of $5. $30 from Harry Hood right off the get-go. 30 from Harry right off the get-go. Do we have 35? 40 from Sean. Do we have 45 for the Jacksonville Jaguars? 45 from Cynthia. 45 from Cynthia. Do we have 50? $30 seconds on the clock. Any bids will trigger a 15-second timer at the end. And there we go. Cynthia, you take it. You know what to do. Link is in the chat. And here we go, folks. Type move in the chat. Also, folks, can we just take a second? There is football today at 12:05 a.m. Eastern Time. We have in exactly 20 hours and 20 minutes kickoff to the 2021 NFL season. And I couldn't be more excited. Also, hammer the over. Life is too short to bet the under. Speaking of short, John, how about we get only a 5-second countdown right here?
Sure. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Brett Kaplan.
Brett Diddley, Brett. Getting the Diamond Kings. I'm ready, T-Man. I am ready. The only hard part about football being back is we pack and ship on Monday, so I won't be able to run through a wall at the Bills game on Sunday. Charlie Keller of the New York Yankees. Then we're going to have a Bryce Wilson patch auto. Wowza. Player used in autograph, guaranteed by Panini, going to Brett. Nice hit right there. Yadier Molina, followed by Ichiro Suzuki and Tony Gwynn. You're going to want to top load that patch auto for the giveaway here. Thank you. What a giveaway win. And you know, that we try to put stuff in there that potentially has hits. I mean, a lot of it's blaster packs, but in there you can always find, if you get this one, the BreakTraders Roxanne card, you get an entire box of 2021 Sage Football High Number Series. Not bad. I mean, for free, that's a $100 giveaway right there. $100 giveaway. And I've got some other top-loaded stuff in there so that I don't, like, just intentionally miss that one. I've got this David Adams Beckett football card, which I know means nothing, but we're right there. So, let's see. Here we go, folks. Break 1300, the 2021 Chronicles Draft Picks. One box, pick your team. And you know what, folks? It is my ever first break at BreakTraders where we've had NFL football on the same day, and I am fired up. Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers, Mr. Jalen Watt. What is going on here? My hands are so dry I couldn't get that one open. Followed by a little Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins. Then we have Chris Evans of the Houston Texans. Followed up by a little Kyle Trask base of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. How did two fill up? We have the filler right there. Then we got Mr. Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers going to Phil. Followed by a little Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals. Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals to T-Man. Then we have a little Jamie Newman of the Demon Deacons, now of the Philadelphia Eagles, maybe a free agent, headed to Sean. And then Tamarin Terry of the Seattle Seahawks going to James. Yeah, Panini pounded Jamie Newman into their first stuff. They were really thought he was going to be something, I guess. Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers going to Josh, followed by Sean Wade. Sean Wade from The Ohio State University of the Baltimore Ravens headed to James. Mr. Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers headed to Philip. Then we have, I don't know if I'd remember that. Micah Parsons of the Dallas Cowboys, and that is going to go to Cynthia. Then Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles headed to Sean. Pat Fryermuth of the Pittsburgh Steelers heading to Philip. And then we have Elijah Moore. That's going to be a Spectra out of 99 of the New York Jets. And that is going to Brendan. And then here we go. We have a full coverage Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles. He may have, but with the Chronicles, with the draft picks product, we do the team that they were originally with. Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos. Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos to Harry. Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers headed to Phil. followed by Chuba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers going to Josh right there. Then we're going to have a Larry Roundtree of the Chargers, followed by an Illusions Trevor Lawrence. Woo! We got a hit. It is a 4 out of 10, and that is getting the sizzle sticker. Getting that sizzle sticker and headed to Cynthia. Boom, shaka, laka. Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers headed to Phillip. And then we have Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Cynthia. And here we go. It is going to be Puka Williams Jr. Puka Williams Jr., one of my favorite names of the Cincinnati Bengals, going to T-Man. Larry Roundtree of the Los Angeles Chargers headed to Brendan. Then we have Mr. Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins going to Brendan as well. Trey Sermon of the San Francisco 49ers going to Phil, followed by a Kyle Trask out of 249. Kyle Trask out of 249 of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Phil, followed up by Seth Williams of the Denver Broncos going to Harry. Then we have Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles. Jamie Newman of the Eagles going to Sean, followed up by a Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos going to Harry. And then we have Caleb Farley of the Tennessee Titans going to Brendan. 2 packs left in this one. Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles heading to Sean, followed by Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Los Angeles Rams going to Brendan. Then we have another Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles. Going to Sean. Then we have Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars headed to Cynthia, followed by Kyle Trask of the Atlanta Falcons going to Tony. Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens headed to James. And then we have Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers going to Phillip. Nice, Cynthia. I feel pretty good about the majority of the rookies. There's probably about 1 or 2 each break that I have to look up. And here's our next hit, and it's going to be an auto. And it is going to be Ben Skroarnark of the Los Angeles Rams from the Notre Dame Fighting Irish going to Brendan. We have Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins. Oh, I'm only seeing him once. Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins, followed by Caleb Farley of the Tennessee Titans right there. Then we have Tamron Terry of the Seattle Seahawks to James, following by a Brevin Jordan auto. Brevin Jordan of the Houston Texans, and that is going to Cynthia. Then we have Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings. Headed to Tim. Following that up with Mr. Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Cynthia. Then we have Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons headed to Tony. And then Tylan Wallace of the Baltimore Ravens, and that is going to James. And now let's run down these first round rooks, or numbered rooks. Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons, Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars, Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings, Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins, Trey Lance of the 49ers, Rashad Bateman of the Ravens, Kyle Pitts again, Travis Etienne of the Jaguars, Devonta Smith of the Eagles, Kyle Trask at a 149 of the Buccaneers, Jalen Waddle of the Dolphins, Travis Etienne of the Jaguars, Kyle Trask of the Bucks, Elijah Moore out of 99 of the New York Jets, Micah Parsons of the Dallas Cowboys, Kyle Trask of the Bucks, Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals, Trey Lance of the 49ers, Kyle Trask of the Buccaneers, and Jalen Waddle of the Dolphins. Pretty sure there was 5 Kyle Trasks in that break. And now let's go run down these rooks. Or these memorabilia. We have Puka Williams Jr., Brevin Jordan, and Ben Skronik. Ben Skronik of the Rams headed to Brendan. Brevin Jordan of the Texans going to Cynthia. And Puka Williams Jr. of the Cincinnati Bengals headed to T-Man. Then we're going to have the Devonta Smith full coverage from Plates and Patches of the Eagles going to Sean. And last but not least, it got the sizzle sticker, and that's because it is 4 out of 10. 4 out of 10, Trevor Lawrence. And that is going to Cynthia. And with that, that is the end of break 1300. We'll be right back from the hardwood with some Revolution basketball. Yeah, sorry about that, James. It's always disappointing right there. Especially, like, I think those Gregory Rousseau cards after this year are really gonna skyrocket. I think he's gonna have a big season. Alrighty. What do you say we do our next keyword giveaway, John?
Sure.
Alrighty. Here we go. John's ready, correct?
Yep.
I'm ready. The keyword is prodigy. Looks like Team USA has taken the lead against Honduras. 3-1 now. Wow. Scored 2 quick ones. No correct guesses yet. Good Doctor. No, that's a good show, though. Show giveaway guessing has ended. And we will be doing that randomization. And all that means is right now, here we go. Some Revolution basketball. And as we dive in here to break 1301, I want to thank Michael, Chingwei, Jonathan, Kyle, Raymond, and that is it for joining us for the first time. If you're new to BreakTraders, you can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. We have a wide variety of breaks between types of breaks: football, basketball, baseball, and UFC as well. I may be a tad tired, Brett, but I'm ready to rock until we don't rock no more. Let's go. Rui Hachimura of the Wizards, Yusuf Nurkic of the Trailblazers, Marvin Bagley of the Kings, and then we got a Kawhi Leonard Astro of the Los Angeles Clippers headed to Cynthia, followed by a Shockwave Revolution Ja Morant of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Anthony. Ray, you may not be live, but we are done with show giveaway guessing. De'Aaron Fox of the Kings, Fred VanVleet of the Raptors, Tobias Harris of the 76ers. We're going to have a Astro Tim Hardaway Jr. of the Dallas Mavericks, and that is going to be heading to Anthony, followed by a Tyrese Halliburton RC of the Sacramento Kings going to Anthony as well. Yeah, folks, and not that one. Those are all full. Ignore that. But you can do the Prism or the Donruss Pick Your Division for 30% off. Miles Turner of the Pacers, Donovan Mitchell of the Jazz, Goran Dragic of the Heat. Then we got another Astro, Tim Hardaway Jr. of the Dallas Mavericks to Anthony, followed by Jaylen Brown of Vortex of the Boston Celtics to Anthony. Happy to do so, Mr. Archaeologist. Brooke Lopez of the Bucks, Lou Williams of the Clippers, Giannis of the Bucks, a Shockwave Giannis as well. Shockwave Revolution right there. Followed by Mr. Rochester, Mr. 585. It's Isaiah Stewart of the Detroit Pistons going to Bobby and Marla. I love Revolution basketball. Mr. CEO, one of our longtime members of the community, loves it as well, and it just really turned me on. CJ turned me on to it. CJ McCollum of the Portland Trailblazers, Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers, Tim Hardaway Jr. of the Mavs, and then we're going to have another Astro, this Colin Sexton of the Cavaliers going to T-Man, followed by a Vortex Paul George of the Clippers. Vortex Paul George of the Clippers. Following that up, wait a second. Oh, that's a groove. Sorry about that, folks. I may have misspoke here. Only one of those Tim Hardaways. Holy hell. I apologize, folks. Sizzle, 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 sizzle! Because that is a Tim Hardaway Jr. lava. I apologize about that one. Four or 10 out of 10. Right there. We're going to need some more sizzle stickers, John.
Wow.
We are having ourselves a night. I don't even know. We've had so many mags tonight. Phenomenal stuff. Nikola Jokic, followed by Kristaps Porzingis, Kelly Oubre Jr. of the Warriors, Miles Bridges Fractal right there of the Charlotte Hornets going to Mr. CEO, followed by a Robert Woodard II of the Kings headed to Anthony. Yeah, that lava may not be worth the mag, but it is rare enough that I'm willing to part with one. Zach LaVine of the Bulls, Chris Middleton of the Bucks, Kyle Lowry of the Raptors, a Jaden McDaniels RC of the Minnesota Timberwolves going to the Groove right there, followed by a rookie revolution, Cole Anthony of the Orlando Magic going to Jonathan. Brett, what a personal question to ask. Just kidding. Kemba Walker of the Celtics, Gordon Hayward of the Hornets, Kevin Durant of the Nets, a Zeke Naji Astro of the Denver Nuggets going to Lucas, followed by Tyrese Maxey of the Philadelphia 76ers to Jonathan. Alrighty, let's run this down, starting with some of our inserts. The Vortex, Paul George of the Clippers, Shockwave Revolution, Giannis of the Bucks, Vortex, Jaylen Brown of the Celtics, Shockwave Revolution, Ja Morant of the Grizzlies. Then our parallels, we have the Astro, Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers, the Astro, Tim Hardaway Jr. of the Mavericks, followed by the Groove, Colin Sexton of the Cavaliers, and the Fractal, Miles Bridges of the Hornets. Our rookie rundown. Tyrese Maxey of the 76ers, a rookie revolution, Cole Anthony of the Magic, Robert Woodard II of the Kings, Isaiah Stewart of the Pistons, and Tyrese Halliburton of the Kings as well. And then we have a Groove and a Astro rookie right there. Groove and the Astro rookies right there. Zeke Naji of the Nuggets and Jaden McDaniels of the Timberwolves. And now on to our featured cards. It is the 10 out of 10 Lava Tim Hardaway Jr. And with that, we are done with break 1301. We'll be right back, staying on the hardwood with break 1302, some Revolution Hobby Basketball. Alrighty, we are back right here. You know what, folks? What you just saw there is that you can have a random team and pull a great hit like that 10 out of 10 Lava with Tim Hardaway. That being said, we have one team to auction off right here. That is the Clippers. Bidding will start at $5, increments in $1. Now imagine you pull a Kawhi Lava. $10 from Sean. 10 from Sean. Oh, Jeremy, I got you. I got you even better. Well, we just hanging out here in my Bills Mafia bucket hat as well. We're right here in Rochester, New York. I'm a Bills season ticket holder. This is my 10th year as a season ticket holder. Absolutely love the Bills. So, all right, Sean's got them for 10. We'll start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. If there's any bids in those 30 seconds, we start another 15-second timer. Exactly. Alrighty, Sean's got them for $10. Sean, wrong link. Discount. Don't pay to that. Don't go to that link. You can drop your payment at the PayPal link in the chat. In the meantime, while we wait to receive that payment, try Prodigy in the chat. If you type Prodigy in the chat, we'll then do a random pull from the Saute stock pot. Alrighty, and we are just waiting to receive payment on that Clippers. Oh, that was from earlier. Yep, now it's in. Alrighty, John, can we get a countdown? Jeremy, love to hear that.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is T-Man.
T-Man getting a Chronicles, 2020 Chronicles blaster pack. Is Roxy over there with you? She must be causing havoc or just sleeping. Probably in with Dan. Tyler Boyd of the Bengals. Jalen Rager of the Eagles. We got a little T. Higgins right there. Followed by a Justin Herbert playoff momentum. And Henry Ruggs of the Raiders. Thank you, T-Man. Oop, thank you. Appreciate that. I would have noticed that in a second. That's not good though. That's a big hair. That I guess that keeps isn't really working for me. Here we go. This is break 1302, the 2020-21 Panini Revolution Hobby one box break. It sure was, T-Man. And while we open this up, I just want to thank some of the first timers with us. We have Warren with us for the first time, Jeremy with us for the first time, Xing Wei with us for the first time tonight. They've been in a couple breaks. Moses with us for the first time, Raymond, Warren, and that is it. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. We appreciate it. We hope you join us in more breaks. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off at BreakTraders.com, where we have a wide variety of breaks. We have team randoms, division randoms. You'll see coming up next, we have a pick your team plus random as well. So this next one, any spot got a spot at the top 4 basketball teams, and we do that with football as well. We have pick your divisions, and we have hit drafts. We have snake drafts. We have pretty much everything you can think of. The only thing we don't do are Razzes, and that is because technically those are illegal. Fred VanVleet of the Raptors, Devonta Graham of the Hornets, LaMarcus Aldridge of the Spurs, and we're going to have a Skylar Mays Groove, followed by an Anthony Edwards Rookie Revolution. There we go. A nice solid big rook hit right there of the Milwaukee Bucks going to Josh. On to our next one. And I apologize, folks, about the delay on this. I know this was scheduled for like 11:55 tonight. 2 things happened. One, there was a lot more awaiting payments in our eBay breaks earlier, so we had to auction off, and that does take some time. And then 2, that Donruss football is a beast, and I overscheduled. Miles Turner of the Pacers, Kobe White of the Bulls, Jaren Jackson of the Grizzlies, and then we're going to have a Grant Riller RC. That's going to be an Astro of the Hornets going to Warren, followed by a Terrell Terry base RC of the Dallas Mavericks going to Anthony. Just starting out hot out of the gate with a bunch of rooks. Then we have Alfred Payton of the New York Knicks, followed by Draymond Green of the Golden State Warriors. Then we're going to have a little Kobe White. That's going to be an Astro Kobe White of the Chicago Bulls, followed by a Vortex LeBron James of the Los Angeles Lakers. That Kobe White of the Bulls going to Jeremy. This of the Lakers going to Jax. And here we go, folks. It is going to be a Peyton Pritchard auto right there. Peyton Pritchard of the Boston Celtics, and that is headed to Anthony. Surprisingly, not the best Peyton Pritchard card we've pulled here at BreakTraders. I want to say it was about a month ago, out of Select Basketball Hobby Hybrid, we pulled a 1-of-1. Kyrie Irving of the Nets, Trae Young of the Hawks, John Collins of the Hawks, and then we have a Norman Powell of the Toronto Raptors. That's going to be a Cosmic out of 100, and that is going to be heading to T-Man. Following that bad boy up with another Anthony Edwards, this one a base of the Minnesota Timberwolves going to Davis. Just about halfway through this break, and it is a hot one. Anthony Davis of the Lakers, RJ Barrett of the Knicks, Buddy Hield of the Kings, a Kyrie Irving Astro right there of the Brooklyn Nets headed to T-Man, followed by a Shockwave Revolution, Joel Embiid of the Philadelphia 76ers going to Bobby and Marla. Nikola Vukovic of the Magic, Luka Doncic of the Mavs, Joel Embiid of the 76ers, Bam Adebayo of the Miami Heat, Bam Adebayo of the Heat going to Cynthia with that Vortex, followed by a Patrick Williams RC base of the Bulls going to Jeremy. 2 packs left in this one. Christian Wood of the Rockets, Bam Adebayo of the Heat, Pascal Siakam of the Raptors. Then we have De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox of the Sacramento Kings headed the groove right there. And folks, if you're new to BreakTraders, you are now in for a treat. Because... John, are you ready? He came in like a mellow ball. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. That's gonna get a sizzle sticker right there. Going to a new member of the BreakTraders community, and that is going to Warren. Congratulations, Warren. What a box of Revolution basketball. Right there. And on to our last pack. Nice, Pavel. I'm thrilled to hear that. Thank you for joining us. Hopefully you stick with us in the future. We always are running deals. We also have a Discord that there's a lot of deals in as well. Rui Hachimura of the Wizards, De'Aaron Fox of the Kings, Rudy Gobert of the Jazz, a little LaMarcus Aldridge fractal right there of the San Antonio Spurs headed to Joshua, followed by an Oniko Okongwu of the Atlanta Hawks going to silver. Alrighty, let's run down these vet inserts. The Vortex Bam Adebayo of the Miami Heat. Then we have the Shockwave Revolution Joel Embiid of the 76ers. And a Vortex LeBron James of the Los Angeles Lakers. Then we have the Astro Kobe White of the Chicago Bulls. The Astro Kyrie Irving of the Brooklyn Nets. Then we have the Groove De'Aaron Fox of the Sacramento Kings, followed by the Fractal LaMarcus Aldridge of the San Antonio Spurs. Now we'll run down our rookies. We have Oniko Okongwu of the Hawks, Patrick Williams of the Bulls, and Terrell Terry of the Mavs. And then our parallel rookies, we have a Astro Grant Riller of the Hornets and a Groove Skylar Mays of the Hawks. And now on to our featured cards. The Cosmic out of 100, Norman Powell of the Toronto Raptors headed to T-Man. Then we have the dual Anthony Edwards hit, won the Rookie Revolution, won the base, and then the Peyton Pritchard auto. And right there, we're sitting there thinking, oh my, what a box. So Anthony Edwards going to Davis, that Peyton Pritchard going to Anthony. And you're like, wow, what a great box. But no, in swings, he came in like a mellow ball. And there it is, the LaMelo Ball Rookie Revolution headed to Pavel. And there we go, folks. We are going to take a 5-minute break. A 5-minute break and be back with break 889, some Prism basketball, pick your team, plus random. Stick around, folks. We will see you in a few minutes. Alrighty, here we go on the hardwood. Very exciting stuff here. It is break 889. So how this works with the pick your team plus random is we will randomize the Hornets, Warriors, Timberwolves, and Kings. That will give them an order 1 through 4. We will then randomize all the users who bought spots, and they will be matched up with the teams based on the order they end in. So let's see how many times we're going to randomize these teams. It's going to be 5 times. Two, 3, 4, and 5. All right, that means whichever user ends up in first place is going to get the Timberwolves, second going to get the Kings, third the Hornets, and fourth the Warriors. So let's see how many times we're going to randomize the users, the members of the BreakTraders community. That's going to be 3 times. 1, 2, and 3. Alrighty. And the Minnesota Timberwolves going to Phil. The Sacramento Kings headed to Mr. CEO. The Charlotte Hornets going to Steven. And the Golden State Warriors are heading to Robert. Alrighty. And with that, we will get those teams loaded and dive in to this break. I haven't done Prism basketball in a long time. It's been a while. I'm trying to think. What do you remember the last time we did Prism basketball, John?
I do not.
Neither do I. It's been
a while.
Nothing wrong with that, though. We just got to go find some gold and black parallels in here. Some out of 10s and out of 1s. We have Kyle Kuzma of the Lakers, Tobias Harris of the 76ers, and Onika Okongwu RC of the Atlanta Hawks headed to Jen. Ja Morant of the Grizzlies, Marvin Bagley III of the Kings. Looks like we're going to have a red out of 299 coming. Tony Snell of the Pistons. And then we got DJ Augustin. That's actually going to be a red wave. A red wave right there. Or red ice, maybe? DJ Augustin of the Magic. Following that up with Thomas Bryant of the Washington Wizards with the silver disco right there. Or the hyper right there. Then we have the downtown Trae Young of the Atlanta Hawks headed to Jen. Followed by Aaron Baines of the Phoenix Suns, Torrey Craig of the Nuggets, and Bismack Biyombo of the Hornets. Right out the gate, we have a Sadiq Bey RC of the Detroit Pistons headed to Jonathan. RJ Barrett of the Knicks, Maxi Kleber of the Mavs, Jared Allen of the Nets, Malik Beasley of the Timberwolves, a silver Lauri Markkanen of the Chicago Bulls going to Robert. Following that up with a fireworks silver, Bradley Beal of the Washington Wizards headed to Steven, and a regular fireworks of the Wizards, Bradley Beal going to Steven as well. Domantas Sabonis, Daniel House Jr., Ish Smith of the Wizards, and Harrison Barnes of the Kings. And we have the throwback Rodney Hood of the Portland Trailblazers to Steven, followed by a Saban Lee RC of the Detroit Pistons going to Jonathan. Then we have Marquise Chris of the Warriors, Matisse Thybulle of the 76ers, Tom Whiteside of the Trailblazers, Lauri Markkanen of the Bulls, a silver Nico Mannion RC of the Golden State Warriors headed to Robert, followed by a silver hyper Vernon Carey Jr. of the Hornets headed to Steven. Then we got that downtown LeBron James of the Lakers going to Steven as well. Followed up by Clint Capella of the Hawks, Chris Middleton of the Bucks, and Dante DiVincenzo of the Bucks as well. Magic Johnson of the Lakers, Kevin Love of the Cavaliers. Then we have Xavier Tillman of the Memphis Grizzlies. Xavier Tillman of the Grizzlies headed to Jack. Damian Lillard of the Trailblazers. DeAndre Jordan of the Nets. Followed by Kevin Garnett of the Timberwolves. A red ice Darius Garland of the Cleveland Cavaliers. I guess that looks like a red wave, but oh well. Of the Cavaliers. Followed by a purple Rudy Gobert. The purple Rudy Gobert out of 99, and that is going to be of the Utah Jazz going to Trent. Following that up, we have the downtown Zion Williamson of the New Orleans Pelicans headed to Jax. Followed up by Robert Covington of the Rockets, Patty Mills of the Spurs, and Anfernee Simmons of the Trailblazers. By Peyton Pritchard, RC, right out the gate, the Boston Celtics headed to Robert. Fred VanVleet of the Toronto Raptors. Brandon Ingram of the Pelicans. Kyle Lowry of the Raptors. DJ Augustine of the Magic. A silver Drew Holiday, followed by of the Pelicans, followed by a hyper Duncan Robinson of the Heat going to Cynthia. Then we have a fireworks Pascal Siakam of the Toronto Raptors going to Brendan, followed by Kevin Durant of the Nets, DeAndre Hunter of the Hawks, D'Angelo Russell of the Timberwolves, and Rudy Gobert of the Jazz. We have Kira Lewis Jr. of the New Orleans Pelicans headed to Jax, followed by Markelle Fultz of the Orlando Magic going to Robert, an RJ Hampton RC of the Denver Nuggets going to Cynthia. Then we have Jason Tatum. Jason Tatum of the Celtics, Lonnie Walker the fourth of the Spurs, Marquise Morris Sr. of the Clippers, Norman Powell of the Raptors, a blue ice right there. And that is Jackson Hayes of the New Orleans Pelicans. Jackson Hayes of the New Orleans Pelicans heading to Jackson. That is going to be out of 125. Followed up by DeAndre Bembry of the Hawks, Kevin Looney of the Golden State Warriors, Yusuf Nurkic of the Trailblazers. And here we go. We have an auto. It is a rookie signatures. Kenyon Martin Jr. of the Houston Rockets going to Mr. CEO. Right out the gate, Jaden McDaniels of the Minnesota Timberwolves, followed by Jalen Smith of the Phoenix Suns. And then boom goes the dynamite. That is Mr. Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards of the Minnesota Timberwolves. A little Anthony Edwards base of the Minnesota Timberwolves. Just going to go check and see what that last sold for. Since it appears our resident eBayer, Brett has nodded off to sleep, but I know he is a teacher, as he said earlier on the stream, so I'm assuming he has to get up mighty early. Jordan Clarkson of the Utah Jazz, followed up by Steph Curry of the Warriors, Vince Carter of the Raptors, Derek White of the Spurs, a red Anthony Davis. Red Anthony Davis of the Lakers going to Steven out of 299 right there. Bogdan Bogdanovic of the Kings, Eric Gordon of the Rockets, and Nikola Vukovic of the Orlando Magic. And we're going to have another auto, and it is going to be a Skylar Mars silver rookie signatures of the Atlanta Hawks going to Jen. Evan Fournier of the Magic. A Jordan Nwora RC of the Milwaukee Bucks going to Phil. Followed by Bradley Beal of the Wizards, Shake Milton of the 76ers, Jonas Valanciunas of the Grizzlies, Jay Crowder of the Heat, followed by Kevin Looney. Kevin Looney art right there, that red wave of the Golden State Warriors, followed by a silver Terrence Ross of the Orlando Magic. Then we have a little fireworks, James Harden of the Houston Rockets. Followed up by Donovan Mitchell of the Jazz, all for Peyton of the Knicks, and TJ Warren of the Pacers. Thank you, Cynthia. I very much appreciate that. Malachi Flynn, RC of the Toronto Raptors, going to Brendan, followed by Jake Layman of the Timberwolves, LaMarcus Aldridge of the Spurs, Karis Levert of the Nets, and Fernie Hardaway of the Magic. A silver Hassan Whiteside of the Portland Trailblazers going to Steven, followed by a silver downtown Trae Young of the Atlanta Hawks headed to Jen. Then we have Dwayne Wade Fearless of the Miami Heat going to Cynthia, Dwayne Bacon of the Hornets, Jeremy Lamb of the Pacers, Julius Randle of the Knicks, and Spencer Dinwiddie of the Brooklyn Nets. Josh Green of the Dallas Mavericks right off the gate going to James, followed by Derrick Rose of the Pistons, Shabazz Napier of the Wizards, Shai Gilgeous of the Thunder, Dwight Howard of the Lakers, Andrew Wiggins of the Warriors, a silver CJ McCollum of the Portland Trailblazers. And then we're going to have that purple ice out of 175 and Fernie Hardaway of the Orlando Magic headed to Robert, 101 out of 175 right there. And then a fearless Zion Williamson of the Pelicans going to Jax. A LeBron James, the Kobe dunk right there. LeBron James, Kobe dunk base. Nice hit right there for the Lakers going to Steven. Alex Caruso of the Lakers and Cody Zeller of the Hornets. We got Patrick Williams, RC of the Chicago Bulls, going to a Robert, followed by Serge Ibaka of the Raptors, Mikal Bridges of the Suns, Jaylen Brown of the Celtics, Jordan Poole of the Warriors, PJ Washington Jr. of the Hornets. Then we have Jason Tatum with that red of the Celtics going to Robert, followed by a blue Norman Powell out of 199 of the Raptors. Then we're going to have that Trae Young throwback of the Atlanta Hawks. Trae Young throwback of the Atlanta Hawks right there. Nice hit. And that is going to Jen. Following that up with D'Anthony Melton of the Grizzlies, Dwight Powell of the Mavs, and Ersan Ilyasova of the Bucks. Tyrese Halliburton of the Sacramento Kings going to Mr. CEO, followed by Jabari Parker of the Kings, Kevin Knox of the Knicks, Daniel Tice of the Celtics, Miles Bridges of the Hornets, a silver Kristaps Porzingis of the Dallas Mavericks going to James, followed by Bam Adebayo of the Miami Heat, silver, going to Cynthia. Then we got a little downtown Steph Curry of the Golden State Warriors to Robert, followed by Marcus Smart of the Celtics, Derek Jones Jr. of the Heat, De'Aaron Fox of the Kings, and Dylan Brooks of the Grizzlies. Alrighty. Let's run down these rookies. Tyrese Halliburton of the Sacramento Kings, followed by Patrick Williams of the Bulls, Josh Green of the Dallas Mavericks, Malachi Flynn of the Raptors, Jordan Nwora of the Bucks, RJ Hampton of the Denver Nuggets, Kira Lewis Jr. of the Pelicans, Jalen Smith of the Suns, Jaden McDaniels of the Timberwolves, Peyton Pritchard of the Celtics, Xavier Tillman of the Grizzlies, the hyper Vernon Carey Jr. of the Hornets, followed by the silver Nico Mannion of the Warriors, Saban Lee of the Pistons, Sadiq Bey of the Pistons, and Onika Okongwu of the Atlanta Hawks. And now on to our featured cards. First, our featured bases, we have the LeBron James Kobe Tribute Dunk and the Anthony Edwards base right there. LeBron of the Lakers, Anthony Edwards of the Timberwolves. And then we have 2 autos to wrap up this break. We have the rookie signatures, Kenyon Martin Jr. of the Houston Rockets heading to Mr. CEO, and the silver Skylar Mays of the Atlanta Hawks headed to Jen. And with that, we are done with break 889. We'll be right back from the hardwood, or from BT Field. Alrighty, we are here with a little Don Russ football pick your team. But first, we're going to do our next movie or TV show keyword giveaway. Alrighty. I'm ready. John, are you ready? Alright, the keyword is girl. Queen's Gambit is correct. Cynthia with Queen's Gambit. Let's see what we've got in store for Cynthia. And it's going to be a Panini Prism Draft Picks 2020 Collegiate Basketball. Anthony Edwards right off the bat, Denny Avadaya, Global Prospects, James Weissman, and Therese Maxey. Not a bad free pack right there. And with that, here we go. 1356, 2021 Donruss Football One Box Pick Your Team. 10 cards per pack, 18 packs per box. And we always start off with these veterans here before we get our first photo variation. Not a photo variation there. Surprising. There it is. The Josh Jacobs of the Raiders headed to Cynthia. And then, boom, our first rookie QB. And that is going to be Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Haley. Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears headed to Haley right there. Not a bad start to this Donruss break. We got Mr. Aaron Donald with that Gridiron Kings, followed by the Devonta Smith Elite Series rookies of the Philadelphia Eagles. And then we have the champ is here, Antoine Winfield Jr. of the Tampa Bay Bucks going to Melissa. And here we go. Our memorabilia is going to be Mr. John Elway, Canton Kings out of 299 of the Denver Broncos heading to James. And then we're rocking through these veterans right there. And then we have the TJ Watt right there of the Steelers, and then an Odell Beckham Jr. photo variation, followed by a Brevin Jordan rookie right there of the Houston Texans, headed to Jordan. And then we got a Mr. Josh Allen out of 500. And then it's going to be a boom goes the dynamite. That is an Elite Series rookie, Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars, headed to Jax, and that is going to get a sizzle sticker. Great hit right there for Mr. Ripper. And then we have the Retro Series Ray Lewis of the Baltimore Ravens going to Lucas. Jalen Mills, followed by Marcus Peters of the Ravens, Robbie Anderson of the Panthers, Leonard Floyd of the Rams. Then we have a John Elway, the John Elway photo variation right there, followed by Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers. Then we got the red press proof. That's going to have no numbers on it. Joey Bosa of the Chargers going to Jen. And then it's going to be a Dominators Dak Prescott, followed by a 2001 throwback Marcus Allen of the Raiders. So many inserts in these. I think there's 52 in here or something like that. Absolutely insane. Jameson Crowder, and then we're going to have that Patrick Mahomes photo right there of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Jen. Azeez Olahari of the New York Giants going to Haley, followed up by an all-timer Ray Lewis. And then we have the Legends Series Drew Brees of the Saints, followed by a Retro Series Brett Favre of the Green Bay Packers. Henry Ruggs, Chris Carson to get started right there. Then we're going to have a Mr. Gallup, followed by the Derrick Henry photo variation. Then we got a Nico Collins RC of the Houston Texans heading to Jordan, followed by Marcus Peters of the Ravens base and Action All-Pros Jalen Ramsey of the Rams, and then a 2001 throwback Randy Moss of the Minnesota Vikings headed to Haley. All right, and after this pack, we will be a third of the way through this break. Jerry Jeudy to get started right there. Get our little veteran run. And then a little Joe Namath photo variation. That's pretty cool. Then we have John Davis of the Washington football team headed to Joseph. And then we're going to have a little Tylan Wallace of the Baltimore Ravens going to Lucas. And then we have Justin Tucker, Elite Series of the Baltimore Ravens to Lucas as well. And then the road to the Super Bowl, Green Bay Packers 32, Rams 18. And that's Mr. Aaron Rodgers headed to James. And we are a third of the way through this break. We have the Justin Herbert photo variation of the Chargers going to Jen, followed by a Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens. Then we're going to have that little Chris Godwin no-named parallel. That Rashad Bateman of the Ravens going to Lucas. And then a Kellen Mond Elite Series Rookies of the Vikings to Haley, followed by an inducted Charles Woodson of the Packers. the George Kittle photo variation of the 49ers going to Jax, followed by a Pete Werner of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Then we're going to have the red press proof Joey Namath of the New York Jets, followed by an Action All Pros Patty Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs, and that 2001 Donruss throwback Larry Fitzgerald of the Arizona Cardinals. Mike Evans of the Bucks, Darren Waller of the Raiders, DJ Moore of the Panthers, Cam Akers of the Rams, followed by a Russell Wilson photo variation. Then we're going to have Mr. Trey Sermon of the San Francisco 49ers. Trey Sermon of the 49ers headed to Jax, followed by a Kadarius Toney of the New York Giants headed to Haley. And then a Legend Series Brett Favre of the Green Bay Packers, and that is going to Jim. Followed up by a Retro Series Bo Jackson of the Raiders headed to Cynthia. Working on that Mac Jones for Jim. We have the Adam Thielen with that photo variation. Then we got Mr. Jalen Phillips of the Miami Dolphins, followed by Darren Waller with that silver press proof. And that's going to be 22 out of 100 of the Raiders going to Cynthia. Followed up by Jalen Darden, the rookies of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, to Melissa. Followed by Andre Johnson with that 2001 throwback of the Houston Texans to Jordan. And just over halfway through this break, Dallas Goedert of the Eagles, Akeem Hicks of the Bears, J.J. Watt of the Cardinals, followed by Calvin Ridley of the Falcons. Then we have that Javian Hawkins rated rookie photo variation, followed by Tommy Brady with his 235th career passing touchdown. Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers, followed by an Elite Series Rob Gronkowski. And the champ is here, Aaron Stinney of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Mr. Poyer hopes he has a great year. I think he's the most underrated safety in the NFL. The Taysom Hill photo variation right there of the New Orleans Saints. Laviscus Chenault. And then boom, boom, boom. It is Mr. Zach Wilson of the New York Jets going to Kevin. That's 3 of the 5 first rounders. Followed by a red press proof Russell Gage of the Falcons. A Dominators Chase Young of the Washington Football Team, and that 2001 throwback Mike Vick of the Atlanta Falcons headed to Will. And we got 6 packs left, 60 cards left. Do we get the 2 other first rounders? I hope so. That would be great. I'll go for 5 for 5. Hasn't happened yet. Jonathan Taylor photo variation of the Colts. Then we have Frank Darby of the Falcons. And then we're going to go with the black press proof out of 10 of Mr. Denzel Mims of the New York Jets heading to Kevin. Hot box. Followed by the Dominators, Justin Herbert of the Chargers, and Steve Young of the San Francisco 49ers going to Jax. CJ Ham of the Vikings, Leonard Fournette right there. We got Derwin James, Christian Kirk, L'Jarius Sneed, followed by Aaron Donald photo variation of the Los Angeles Rams going to Lucas. Then we have an Ian Book rated rookie, followed by a Gridiron Kings rookies, and that is out of 100. And that is Mr. Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears, and that is going to Haley. And that's going to get the sizzle sticker. I keep trying out different ways to say it, John.
Okay.
Two power formulas of the Miami Dolphins right there. That's a nice looking card. Followed up with the Aaron Donald highlights. And we are almost done right here with this break. Kyler Murray is going to be the photo variation right here of the Arizona Cardinals, headed to Will, followed by Simi Fioco of the Dallas Cowboys. Dallas Cowboys going to Cynthia. And then we have the red press proof rated rookie, and that's going to be Jamin Davis of the Washington football team, followed by the rookies, Davis Mills of the Houston Texans. Jamin Davis going to Joseph. Davis Mills of the Texans to Jordan. Then we have Javon Curse, 2001 throwback of the Titans, headed to Cynthia. And we're going to have that Christian McCaffrey with that photo variation. Looks like we're going to have a special Dominators coming up. Christian Barmore of the New England Patriots, headed to James, rated rookie right there, followed by a Javian Hawkins, rated rookie of the Atlanta Falcons. And then we're going to have a little Elite Series Henry Ruggs III. That's an interesting call of Henry Ruggs, followed by a Retro Series Jerome the Bus Bettis from Notre Dame University, now on the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then we have this Dominators that was flipped around, and that's because it is a 45 out of 49 auto of Mr. Allen Robinson of the Chicago Bears going to Haley. Two packs left. Well, Alvin Kamara right there. And then we have Aaron Rodgers with that photo variation. And then we're going to have a little rated rookie, and that's Luke Farrell of the Titans, followed by Marquez Stevenson out of 500 of the Buffalo Bills. A little Dominators Aaron Donald of the Rams, that Marquez Stevenson going to Nick. And then a 2001 throwback of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Melissa. Last pack in this one. Then we dive into Prism Baseball, 3-team random, and then we close out with a Donruss Football 1-boxer. An Alvin Kamara photo variation right there of the Saints, followed by a Kylan Hill rated rookie of the Green Bay Packers, headed to James. A little Drew Lock press proof red of the Denver Broncos going to James as well. Then we have the rookies, Dwame Brown of the Washington football team going to Joseph. And then we have Joe Namath, the 2001 Donruss football of the New York Jets. All right, let's rock and roll. The rookies, Dwame Brown of the Washington football team, Kylan Hill of the Packers, Marquez Stevenson of the Bills, Luke Farrell of the Jags, Javian Hawkins of the Falcons, Christian Barmore of the Patriots, Davis Mills of the Texans, Jamin Davis of the Washington football team, Simi Fioco of the Cowboys, Ian Book of the Saints, Frank Darby of the Falcons, Kylan Hill of the Packers, Javian Hawkins of the Falcons, Jalen Darden of the Bucks, Jalen Phillips of the Miami, Kadarius Toney of the Gridiron Kings right there, Trey Sermon of the 49ers, Pete Werner of the of the Saints, Kellen Mond, Elite Series rookies, followed by Rashad Bateman of the Ravens, Tylen Wallace of the Ravens, Jamin Davis of the football team, Nico Collins of the Texans, Azeez Olahari of the Giants, Terrace Marshall of the Panthers, Brevin Jordan of the Texans, and an Elite Series rookie, Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles. And now on to our featured cards. Alrighty. Before we get to the memorabilia, we have the 9 out of 10 Denzel Mims, the Zach Wilson base, and the Justin Fields base. Justin Fields of the Bears to Haley, Denzel Mims, and Zach Wilson of the Jets going to Kevin. Then we're going to have the Canton Kings out of 299, John Elway, and the out of 49, Allen Robinson the second. Allen Robinson the second, Dominators auto of the Bears to Haley, Canton Kings, John Elway of the Broncos to Jim. To Jim. And then we got 2 hits. We have the Trevor Lawrence Elite Series rookie and the Gridiron Kings Justin Fields out of 100. Nice hits right there. And with that, we are done with break 1356. And we will be right back from BT Park with some Prism Baseball. Alrighty, folks. While we get ready for this 3-team random, type girl in the chat. Type girl in the chat. While we get ready to run this Prism Baseball. Alrighty, John, can we get a 5-second countdown?
Sure. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Jax the Ripper.
Jax the Ripper getting a little 2019 Donruss. Ozzie Newsome, Carson Wentz, Terrell Suggs, little Gerald McCoy, Marlon Mack, Anthony Munoz, Kerryon Johnson, and Greedy Williams. Alrighty, and here we go. This is break 1278, the 2021 baseball 3-team random. Let's see how many times we're going to rock and roll this random. It's going to be 9 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Oop. 10. There we go. Or 9. Sorry, I misspoke there, but we all know that was 9 times. Alrighty, John, can you get those teams loaded in the customer master file while this runs through once so everyone can see what teams they have? Lots of T-Man in this break. Looks like 3 spots. Edward Kalina right off the bat of the Twins. Anderson Tejada of the Rangers. Followed by Rafael Devers of the Red Sox. A Tristan McKenzie RC of the Cleveland Guardians. Then we have Taylor Jones of the Astros. Followed by Mr. Randy Johnson. A Chris Bubich RC of the Kansas City Royals. Followed by Seth Romeo of the Washington Nationals. And then we're going to have a little Buster Posey illumination. Buster Posey illumination of the San Francisco Giants, followed by a Wyatt Madison of the Arizona Diamondbacks, and then a stargazing Shane Bieber stargazing of the Cleveland Guardians. And here we go. It's going to be a rookie autographs. Adonis Medina of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Sean out of 75. And that is going to be 72 out of 75 right there. Mr. Ian Anderson of the Atlanta Braves. Going to Sean, followed by Carlos Correa of the Astros, Jim Tomei of Cleveland, Andre Scrub of the Houston Astros as well, the T-Man, followed by Braylon Marquez of the Chicago Cubs. Then we have Robin Yount of the Milwaukee Brewers, a little Brady Singer RC of the Kansas City Royals. Then we have Pete Alonso of the New York Yanks, a Will Craig RC of the Pittsburgh Pirates headed to T-Man. Followed up by a fearless Chris Bryant of the Chicago Cubs. And then we're going to have a little Jared Kelenic blue RC of the Seattle Mariners going to Jake. And then a rookie class Kohai Arihara of the Texas Rangers. Larry Walker. Then we have a Zach McKinstry RC of the Dodgers, followed by Luis Diaz of the Marlins, Luis Campusano RC of the Padres, following that up with a Corbin Burns of the Milwaukee Brewers, George Springer of the Toronto Blue Jays, a Yona Heim of the Texas Rangers, followed by Chipper Jones of the Atlanta Braves, an old school Babe Ruth. And then we're going to get that Anthony Rendren, and that's going to be that lime green out of 125, followed by Noah Syndergaard of the Mets, that Anthony Rendren of the Angels, Heliot Ramos of the San Francisco Giants. With that emergent rookie right there going to Cynthia. All right, a quarter of the way through this break, number 1287. Spencer Howard of the Phillies, followed by Trey Turner of the Nationals. Then we have a little bit of Jared Kelenic of the Seattle Mariners. Following that up with Austin Meadows of the Tampa Bay Rays, Jake Woodford of the Cardinals, Sherton Apostle of the Rangers, Dansby Swanton of the Braves, a Kwang Hun Kim of the Cardinals, followed by a fearless Whit Merrifield of the Kansas City Royals, and then boom goes the dynamite. It's Jazz Chisholm of the Miami Marlins RC rookie autograph headed to T-Man out of 75, 25 out of 75 right there. Followed by a silver Rhys Hoskins. And then we got that silver Ian Anderson rookie class of the Atlanta Braves headed to Sean. Dalton Jeffries of the Oakland Athletics going to Sean, followed by Daniel Lynch of the Kansas City Royals, and that's going to T-Man. Then we have Alex Verdugo of the Boston Red Sox, Jared Olivia of the Pittsburgh Pirates RC, Ryan Castellani of the Colorado Rockies RC, Brent Rooker rookie of the Minnesota Twins. Then we have Shohei Ohtani of the Angels, and Alex Bombaran of the Philadelphia Phillies right there, and Aristides Aquino, a stained glass Aaron Judge of the New York Yankees, followed by William Contreras of the Atlanta Braves RC Blue, and then a Sluggers Aaron Judge of the New York Yankees going to Dan. And we are halfway through this break. Jack Morris of the Twins, Ronald Acuna of the Braves, Zach Gallen of the Diamondbacks, Trevor Story of the Rockies, a little Drew Rasmussen RC of the Milwaukee Bucks, followed by Kevin Biggio of the Toronto Blue Jays. Then we have a Cabrian Hayes RC of the Pittsburgh Pirates, followed by Juan Soto of the Nationals, an Illumination Randy Arozarena of the Tampa Bay Rays, followed by an Isaiah Kinnear Falafel out of 199 of the Texas Rangers, a fearless Nate Pearson RC of the Toronto Blue Jays. Then we have Corey Seager Fireworks of the Dodgers. And we are officially halfway through this break and have 6 packs to go. Santiago Espinal of the Toronto Blue Jays headed to Cynthia. Little Taylor Trammell RC of the Mariners, followed by Sixto Sanchez of the Miami Marlins. We got a little Jose Barrios, followed by Sam Huff RC of the Texas Rangers. Mr. Michael Trout. Mike Trout, followed by Jahmai Jones RC. Then we have a Jorge of the Orioles, followed by Jorge Oña of the San Diego Padres. Then we get a stained glass Mike Trout. Stained glass Mike Trout of the Los Angeles Angels. And then we are going to have a Willie Stargell of the Pittsburgh Pirates headed to T-Man. And then a rookie class, Alex Kirilloff of the Minnesota Twins. And here we go. It is going to be a rookie autograph, Tucker Davidson of the Atlanta Braves going to Sean. Ivan Rodriguez of the Texas Rangers, Alex Bregman of the Astros, a little Wyatt Madison of the Arizona Diamondbacks, followed by Ketel Marte of the Diamondbacks, a Yerman Mercedes of the Chicago White Sox, followed by Bryce Harper of the Phillies, Chris Paddock of the Padres, and a Luis Alexander Basabi RC of the San Francisco Giants, Clayton Kershaw of the Dodgers, an Illumination Vlad Guerrero Jr. of the Blue Jays, followed by a blue Austin Meadows of the Tampa Bay Rays. And then we have a little Evan White rookie class of the Seattle Mariners. An Adonis Medina RC, followed by Keegan Aiken of the Baltimore Orioles. We have Mr. Tim Anderson of the White Sox, Anthony Rizzo of the Cubs, Fernando Tatis of the Padres, Jeff McNeil of the Mets, Yu Darvish of the Padres, Jordan Alvarez of Houston, a fearless Dylan Carlson RC of the Cardinals, followed by a blue Daniel Johnson out of 199 RC of the Cleveland Guardians, followed by Cody Whitley of red RC of the St. Louis Cardinals, the T-Man, and then a rookie class Andres Jimenez of the Cleveland Guardians. A Safari card would be nice. 3 packs left in this one. Estevan Florial of the New York Yankees, followed by Isaac Paredes of the Detroit Tigers. Randy Arozarena of the Tampa Bay Rays, Craig Biggio of the Astros, followed by Gleyber Torres of the Yanks, Ricky Hernandez of the Oakland Athletics. Then we have Kyle Cody of the Texas Rangers, followed up by Christian Yelich of the Brewers. Then we're going to have an old school Harmon Killebrew. And right after that, we're going to have a little bit of snakeskin safari in our life, and that is Randy Arozarena of the Tampa Bay Rays. Randy Arozarena of the Rays, and that is going to be number 12 out of 50. Brooks Robinson of the Baltimore Orioles, followed by a Sluggers, Eloy Jimenez of the White Sox. Jonathan Stever, RC of the White Sox, followed by a Jonathan India, RC of the Reds. Then we have Mr. Jesus Luzardo of the Oakland Athletics, Jeff Bagwell of the Astros, Kyle Hendricks of the Cubs, Brandon Bielak of the Astros, followed by Mitchell White of the Los Angeles Dodgers, RC. Then we have Vlad Guerrero of the Raptors, of the Blue Jays, Jose Abreu of Chicago White Sox, followed by a fearless Ketel Marte of the Diamondbacks, a blue Clayton Kershaw of the Dodgers, and a championship stage Chris Bryant of the Chicago Cubs. One pack left in this break. Trevor Larnach, RC of the Minnesota Twins, right there. Followed by Frank Thomas of the Cubs, a Pevin Smith, RC of the Diamondbacks, Jorge Guzman, RC of the Marlins, a Christian Pache, RC of the Atlanta Braves. Then we have Will Crow, RC of the Pittsburgh Pirates, followed by Mr. Mike Piazza of the New York Mets, and a Dean Kremer, RC of the Baltimore Orioles, headed to Spangs, followed by an Illumination Freddie Freeman of the Atlanta Braves going to Sean. Then we have the old school Harmon Killebrew out of 99 and that is going to be heading to the Minnesota Twins, followed by a red Sammy Sosa of the Cubs, and then Lumber Inc. Mike Yastrzemski of the San Francisco Giants. Alrighty, let's run down some of our featured rookies in this break. Rookie class, Andres Jimenez of the Guardians, going to going to Jake. Cody Whitley, red of the Cardinals, headed to T-Man. The blue, Daniel Johnson out of 199 of the Cleveland Guardians, going to Jake. The fearless Dylan Carlson of the Cardinals, the T-Man. Evan White, rookie class of the Mariners, going to Jake. Then we have Alex Kirilloff of the Twins, headed to T-Man. The fearless Nate Pearson of the Blue Jays to Cynthia. The blue William Contreras of the Atlanta Braves to Sean. Rookie class Ian Anderson of the Braves to Sean. Heliot Ramos Emergent of the Giants going to Cynthia. Rookie class Kohei Arihara of the Rangers going to Dan. And then Jared Kelenic, blue of the Seattle Mariners, headed to Jake. And let's see our featured cards. First, we have the Snakeskin out of 50. Randy Arozarena, 12 out of 50 of the Tampa Bay Rays, going to T-Man. And then we got 3 autos. We have the Tucker Davidson base, and then both out of 75, Jazz Chisholm and Adonis Medina. Adonis Medina of the Phillies to Sean, Tucker Davidson of the Braves to Sean, and Jazz Chisholm of the Marlins to T-Man. And with that, we are done with break 1278. We will be back in 3 minutes from the BT field to finish off the night with break 1358. We are back. While we were gone, T-Man, I looked it up, that Randy Arizona. Unfortunately, because it is not licensed, it's really not worth a ton. You know, a 6 out of 7 first off the line red shimmer went for $13. A cracked ice out of 25 for that went for $11. So we decided not to mag that one. I apologize about that right there. Alrighty. I think everyone's ready for this. Here we go. This is break 1358. 1358. The Donruss football. 18 packs per box. 10 cards per pack. I considered holding this until Friday, but just too good of a night with this Donruss release party, and I want to see some big hits. The Randy Moss photo variation right there, followed by Mr. Ramondre Stevenson, a rated rookie. And then boom goes the dynamite. It's going to be Mr. Zach Wilson out of 500 of the New York Jets, going to Lucas with that purple rated rookie right there, a little stat line. And then we have an action All-Pros, Travis Kelce of the Kansas City Chiefs, followed by a 2001 Randy Moss of the Minnesota Vikings, headed to Haley. Yeah, I appreciate y'all sticking it out with me. Luckily, I mean, I'll still get up and start working pretty early just because that's who I am as a person, but I would expect my team to take a half day because we've all worked all day today and then all night tonight. The Broncos are right there to get that kicked off. And then we have a Tom Brady photo variation of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Kenneth, followed up by Eric Stokes, rated rookie of the Packers, followed by a Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Rams. Then we have a little George Kittle power formulas of the 49ers going to Jax. And then we have a retro series Dan Marino of the Miami Dolphins, and that is going to Michael. And here we go. This memorabilia is going to be a Jersey Kings DJ Moore out of 349 of the Carolina Panthers. And that is headed to Cynthia. There you go, Cynthia. Worth staying up for right there. I love how they just flip the cards around for no reason. Saquon Barkley photo variation right there. Then we have a little Michael Carter of the New York Jets going to Lucas, followed by a Kenny Nwangu red press proof of the Minnesota Vikings. And then we're going to have a little Ian Book, the rookies of the New Orleans Saints, going to Cynthia, and a 2001 Joe Namath throwback of the New York Jets. Just running through these vets until we get to what y'all want to see. The money cards, one may say. A little Drew Brees photo variation. Ben Skronik of the LA Rams right there, followed by a little Elijah Moore out of 100 of the New York Jets. That's a nice little studio series right there, followed by an Elite Series rookie Nico Collins of the Houston Texans, and then a Champions Tampa Bay of going to Kenneth. Jalen Mills right there to get these started. Then we have that Jalen Hurts photo variation followed up by another base, that one Dak Prescott. Then we have the Anthony Schwartz rated rookie of the Cleveland Browns, Caleb Farley of the Tennessee Titans. And then we're going to have this out of 75 silver die cut press proof of Mr. Brett Favre of the Green Bay Packers. And that's headed to Bradley, followed up by a Dominators J.J. Watt of the Cardinals and a 2001 throwback for the 49ers headed to Jax. Danielle Hunter right there to get that started. Oh, of course they're going to have to flip them around, but that is because it is a Hustle Plays Make the Difference Highlights Auto, and that is Mr. DK Metcalf of the Seattle Seahawks going to Jen, followed by a Gridiron Kings Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Then we're going to have that Legend Series Joe Namath, followed by a Road to the Super Bowl Mike Evans of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And we are a third of the way through this break. Mar Jefferson rated a rook right there, followed by a press proof red photo variation, Aaron Rodgers. Then we're going to have a little the rookies, Kadarius Toney of the New York Giants, following that up with the 2001 Javon Curse throwback. Brandon Graham, Robbie Anderson, Leonard Floyd right there. Denzel Mims, little Barry Sanders photo variation. And then the Mac Diddley Jones rated rookie of the New England Patriots headed to Kenneth, followed by a little no-namer of the Detroit Lions, and that's going to be a little Jamar Jefferson RC, followed by Rich Gannon Elite Series and a Mike Evans. The champ is here! Of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to Kenneth. Well, Baker Mayfield photo variation right there, followed by a Gary Brightwell rated rookie of the Giants, and then a little silver press proof, and that's going to be Mike Vrabel out of 100. Dominators, Dak Prescott, and then a 2001 Mike Allstott throwback of the Buccaneers. Just over halfway through this break. We're going to have that Joey Burrow photo variation, followed by an Elijah Moore rated rookie of the New York Jets. And then we're going to have a Simi Fioco Portraits edition of the Dallas Cowboys, followed by an Elite Series rookies Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos, and then we have Mr. Derrick Henry with his highlights. It should be the same for any Donruss break that is open on our site. We won't be breaking anymore tonight, I can promise you that. The Julio Jones variation right there. Then we have the Penei Sewell rated rookie of the Detroit Lions, followed by a red press proof Alvin Kamara of the Saints, followed up by an Action All-Pros Jalen Ramsey of the Rams, and then a 2001 throwback Larry Fitzgerald of the Cardinals. Leonard Fournette getting this vet little rundown kicked off. Kenny Nwangu, rated a rookie of the Minnesota Vikings, going to Haley. Tom Brady's 291st career touchdown pass, followed by a Gridiron Kings Travis Etienne Jr. of the Jacksonville Jaguars headed to Jax. A Power Formulas Dalvin Cook of the Minnesota Vikings to Haley. And then a Retro Series Terrell Davis of the Denver Broncos going to Curtis. And we have 6 packs left. Yeah, no, perfect, Curtis. Love to see it. I was just letting y'all know in case you were like, I'm going to buy out a break. But at 2 a.m. is kind of where we draw the line. We've been going at it for 7 hours at this point, which is phenomenal. No, like, I know it might sound like I'm complaining, but I'm not complaining. We love that. It's just a little tired. Christian Darsaw of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley. A Jesse Bates press proof of the Bengals, followed by another Bengal, and that one's Joey Burrow of the Dominators headed to Jen. And then a Mr. Peyton Manning 2001 throwback of the Indianapolis Colts going to Cynthia. Curtis, are you East Coast or West Coast? Jarrett Patterson, rated a rookie right there. And then we're going to have the 4 out of 25. 4 out of 25. Demetric Felton, rated rookie of the Cleveland Browns. Followed by, got it, Central. Followed by little Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings. And then a Ravens road to the Super Bowl, Lamar Jackson. Oh, Bama. Oof. I'm a Notre Dame guy, so all you do when we play you is embarrass us. So I can't really get on the Royal Tide bandwagon right there. We have the John Elway photo variation of the Broncos, followed by Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings. And then we have the Zach Wilson portraits. Zach Wilson portraits right there of the New York Jets, followed by a Trey Lance, the rookies. Trey Lance, the rookies of the San Francisco 49ers going to Jax. And then we have Barry Sanders, 2001 Donruss throwback right there. And I'm going to just do a quick check on eBay for that Zach Wilson and that Trey Lance. All right, that Trey Lance right around $40 right now. Buy it now price. And then Wilson portraits. And the Wilson portraits right around similar. All right, no need to mag those two. I don't know what A.B. Auburn? I don't know what that is. Jalen Hurts, Tariq Cohen, Kenneth Murray, Larry Fitzgerald right there, followed by Keelan Cole, Odell Beckham Jr., the Chris Evans of the Cincinnati Bengals, and then we're going to have a little no-name Mark Brunell, followed by an Elite Legend Series Brett Favre of the Packers, and the champ is here, Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And we got 2 packs left. Got it. Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Rams going to Kenneth, followed by Russell Wilson of the Seahawks with that press proof. A Dominators Kyler Murray of the Arizona Cardinals and a 2001 throwback Marcus Allen. I mean, I got to think Bama fans are kind of similar to Patriots. Well, maybe it was because I was a Bills fan, but like if you like a rival school, like Bama's so good. They like and has been so good for so long. Like their fans are a tad insufferable with it. Like not saying you are, Curtis, but like one of my closest friends is a Patriots fan, and he used to be a huge jerk in regards to how good they were. J.C. Horn of the Carolina Panthers. Then we had that all-time Gridiron Kings, Emmitt Smith, followed by an Elite Series, Robert Gronkowski of the Bucks, and then an Amari Cooper highlights of the Dallas Cowboys heading to Gordon. Alrighty, let's run down these rookies. We have J.C. Horn of the Carolina Panthers, Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Rams, Chris Evans of the Bengals, Kellen Mond of the Vikings, the Elite Series rookies, Kellen Mond of the Vikings, the out of 25, Demetric Felton of the Browns, Jarrett Patterson of the Washington Football Team, Christian Darrisaw of the Vikings, Travis Etienne, Gridiron Kings of the Jags, Kenny Nwango of the Vikings, Penei Sewell of the Lions, Javonte Williams, Elite Series rookies of the Broncos, Simi Fiuco of the Cowboys, Elijah Moore of the Jets, Gary Brightwell of the Giants, the no-namer Jamar Jefferson of the Lions, followed by the rookies Kadarius Toney, Jamar Jefferson of the Lions, Caleb Farley of the Titans, Anthony Schwartz of the Browns, the Elite Series rookie Nico Collins, the Elijah Moore out of 100 of the Jets, Ben Skronik of the Rams, Ian Book, the rookies of the Saints, Kenny Nwango of the Minnesota Vikings, Michael Carter of the Jets, Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Rams, Eric Stokes of the Packers, and Ramondre Stevenson of the Patriots. Alrighty. Well, let's run these down. Why don't we? First, we have that Brett Favre silver die cut out of 75. And then we're going to have some rookies. We have the Mac Jones out of 500 headed to Lucas. Trey Lance, the rookies. San Francisco 49ers headed to Jax the Ripper. Another Zach Wilson headed to Lucas. And then we have Mac Jones of the New England Patriots headed to Kenneth. And then we have our two memorabilias. We have the Jersey Kings DJ Moore and the out of 99 DK Metcalf. And with that, that is the end of break 1358 and the end of tonight's breaks. Good night, Cynthia. Thanks for hanging out pretty much for 7 straight hours with us. And thank you to John and Dan who are here today. In less than 16 hours, we will be 20 minutes from football. I think it's 16 hours and 19 minutes to kick off of the Tampa Bay and Cowboys game. Super excited about that. Thanks again to John and Dan for being here and sticking it out with us. And most importantly, thanks to all of you at the BT community. We can't do it without you. Have a great night. Happy break-in. See you on Friday.